All right, what's up, y'all? Jerry here, and we are back with another daily live stream. And we're not wasting any time. We are getting right into it, hopping in to our big dog roulette. It was pretty close to filling yesterday. We were waiting for 3 when we joined. Let's see today. Oh, fuck, that was a Best Ball Mania. No, no, no. I don't want to do BBM. No, no. We want the big dog. Will it fill? Waiting for 10, not today. It was pretty close yesterday. So maybe like on the weekend in the afternoon, it might happen. But we're gonna rip some of these Wabas today. It is 78.6% filled. I have 20 left to do. Don't think I'm gonna max it. Let's just have some fun and rip some of these cheap drafts. Maybe do quite a few today. We'll see how it goes. Waiting for 5 if anyone wants to hop in. But how we doing? Happy Monday? It's Monday, right? Yeah. Yeah. Happy Monday. Welcome to the stream. And gonna have some good drafts today. Like the title says, some of these draft rooms are starting to feel pretty soft. And we get pick 7 in this one. Been seeing quite a few non-Badgers in these Chihuahuas specifically. And it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. I've only done 5. Might even just do 5 today in this stream. And we got the garage in here. What's up? How we doing? Yo, you want to hop on? Gonna come hop on stream. Me and the garage been trying to stream together too. Got pick 7 in this draft. Kind of like this pick. Sometimes the middle of the draft can feel pretty dry. Sometimes you can get some really nice values falling to you, and in this Chihuahua, they seem to fall pretty nice sometimes. All right, Gibbs off the board. Big surprise right there. How we doing on this Monday? Gonna be streaming earlier this week. Maybe even like try and be a little consistent and stream at 3 p.m. Pacific each day. I might try and be like consistent with that this week because I work shift work and my work hours actually just changed this week, starting 1 hour earlier. So I'm working from 6 until 2 and starting to stream at 3 is kind of nice. And I still have the whole evening free. So might be a little consistent with that. I'm just going to take CMC. I really like St. Brown too, but been wanting a little more CMC. So let's take him right here at 7. What's up, Seth? How we doing? Welcome to the stream. Garage wrapping up work and taking over the kiddos. Hey, dad duties. Good dad right there. Good dad right there. But we're going to be having some fun today. Might do a bit of a longer stream too and just rip some of these Chihuahuas. Stick to the Wawas. Get some reps in. I got to take it easy on Best Ball Mania. I've been doing way too many. I get so carried away, man. Just the thought of winning $2 million gets me excited. And I get that little itch every time for Best Ball Mania. So I need to slow down a bit, but I know I'm going to do one tomorrow because got a special guest coming on the stream tomorrow, Mr. Zane Denani. And if you don't know who he is, you should. Definitely follow him on Twitter. He just started a YouTube channel recently as well, where he goes over a lot of news, notes, and things that are happening with these teams, depth charts, and everything. Really tapped in, really in depth. And he's starting to stream some best ball too, because he wants to max Best Ball Mania and figured he might as well stream it. So excited to have him on tomorrow and really excited to hear what he has to say. Very, very knowledgeable guy. That's going to be happening at 3 Pacific as well, same time as today. And gonna be ripping a Best Ball Mania together. I mean, having a guest on like him, it's only right that we do a BBM together. And y'all know I don't really do BBMs with people, but I think he deserves it. So, gonna be ripping a BBM. Now, I'm taking Kenneth Walker right here, top of ADP with Christian McCaffrey. Pretty fun little combination right here. We see Brock Bowers got taken, pulled up, and Derrick Henry also got pulled up with AJ Brown. Let us get a nice little fall, and then Taylor Achane, JSN Chase Brown. Some of these rooms, man, I'm telling you, they're getting a little soft. They're getting a little soft. And I've been so used to streaming late at night too. Y'all know, like the last couple weeks, did a lot of midnight streams. Had a lot of fun with that. And now we're back in the afternoon streets. Bit of a different game, but still getting some good values. And you know what? Sometimes I think you might get more casuals in these afternoon streets because at this point of year, it's mainly the sickos that are up late at night drafting. But it doesn't mean they're drafting well. You know, sometimes that's when things just get weird. And anything weird going on in this one, man, we're seeing Trey McBride fall so far. I took him in a Best Ball Mania the other day. Don't have him in many, but when he falls into the 30s, it's kind of hard not to take him. Will we get McBride here? I mean, 0 wide receiver is a tough start, but I've just been clicking McBride when he's in the second half of the 3rd round, and it feels pretty good. So, First Down Fantasy was in a Chihuahua yesterday at 3 a.m., was the only badge, and got sniped left and right. Yeah, dude. Sometimes those late night streets, they mess with you. They can be deceiving. They're either really good or real sharp. And the non-badgers too, because just because you're new doesn't mean you're bad. I've seen a lot of people with badges draft absolutely horrendous, and seen a lot of non-badgers draft very sharp, including like a lot of people in this chat or that watch like streams that are pretty new to this, but are tapped in and know how to draft and know what's going on before they even start drafting, right? The no badges don't care or know about stacking. They just take whatever. Yeah, man, sometimes that does happen. We haven't even gotten to the tough parts of it yet. Like it's not even August yet. Barely July. We are in the Chihuahua. We're ripping some Chihuahuas today. Some of these $4 drafts. And what's up, Maximus? How we doing? Welcome to the afternoon streams. And man, I need some receivers to fall back to me. Don't love seeing the receivers go off the board. It's not too often. Hey, little rascals getting up to no good. It's not too often I'm taking 0 wide receivers through the first 3 rounds. Sometimes I do it with 3 running backs, but not too often. And man, these receivers are going. We don't love that. At this point, do I just commit and take Jacobs? I don't know. Mike Evans, Terry McLaurin, Jalen Waddle. Man, receivers are going. Yeah, I think I just need one. Who would I like the most? Let's take Terry. Terry feels like the most bona fide wide receiver 1 of these guys. Mike Evans does too. And maybe Mike Evans would have been some San Francisco correlation. But I would rather get Terry and then have the door open for Jaden Daniels round 6. But then I'm really going to need to catch up at receiver. Jacob Scatabo off the board right after. When do you think the eliminator will fill? Oh my goodness, these kitties. Yo, do we see this? Oh my goodness. These kitties are going nuts. They're gonna break that thing, man. I'm telling you. Hey, you need to chill out. Hey, y'all said you like the cat content. Okay. We're still in this draft. Man, cats are the best. Shout out Dan and Momo. But when do you think the eliminator will fill? I think earlier than we expect. Probably mid-August, maybe late August. I think most people are really saving their eliminator bullets until late in the year because they want the most information. They want to see if people get injured or not, which all makes sense. But that means people are just going to be drafting them at a lot more volume and faster pace towards the end of the year. And I think a lot of people are going to end up joining slow drafts as it gets close, which is just going to make it fill even faster. That's what happened last year, anyways. First Down Fantasy thinks it'll fill a few weeks before the start of the season. Yeah, I think so too. Man, the value's still just here at running back. Do I just commit to the 0 wide receiver-ish build? At this point, I kind of feel like it. It's a $4 draft. Let's try it out. Let's take Tutu. Let's just take the really high upside running back on this team, and let's try and push receiver. I'm going to take Terry, and if Jaden Daniels is still there, then I'll try and take him too. And then, yeah, hero wide receiver with Terry McLaurin kind of build. Not something I've really done, but in a $4 draft, why not try it out? Could be a little fun. Yeah, exactly. Last year, the eliminator went from like 40 to 75% in like 6 hours. Exactly, man. Last year it filled so fast. And I wanted to max it. I ended up doing like my last 30 or something drafts as slows. And I was like multi-tabling a bunch towards the end too, which you're just not going to draft as well. That's why I've been kind of like slow rolling it a little bit with the eliminator. I've done 47, which is quite a bit. It's almost a third, but it's kind of on pace with the fill rate right now. And then I do still plan on drafting them more towards the end of the year, but still be able to do all those as fast drafts and probably going to stream a bunch of them too. What's up, Seneca? How we doing? How many 4 running back builds have you done? I mean, I've done 300 drafts. Let me just make this pick. I've done 300 drafts, 4 running backs. I don't know. It's not like my go-to build or anything. I'm gonna try this. I might stop at 4 running backs on this team or just take 2 more really late. But I've done a handful. I've done quite a few, I would say. But kind of like some 5 RB builds more. Y'all see me take wide receiver really early a lot, but today we're trying it a little different. We're trying a little hero wide receiver with Terry McLaurin. We have our elite quarterback, elite tight end, and 3 really strong running backs with some high upside in toot toot. So let's try it out. Could be a little fun. First Down Fantasy did 10 eliminators last year and had 1 make it to week 12. Damn, dude, that's impressive. With only 10 drafts, having 1 make it that far, because making it far is tough, man. Like week 12 is really impressive. And yeah, once you get that far and you're playing for thousands of dollars every week, it gets really exciting. I did 150 last year, and my farthest team made it. I don't remember what the week was. It was like 10 or 11, and I won $500. So I was playing for 1,000, lost that matchup, and won 500. But man, once you win that 1,000 and then you're playing for 2,000, 5,000, 10, like each week, that's exciting, dude. And last year, like They had the eliminator before, but the structure was different. And I do think there's a bit of a different approach to a head-to-head type thing too. What's up, Hartman? How we doing? Great to see you in here. Happy Monday. But that's the eliminator. We're in some Wawas today and gonna be ripping some of these Chihuahuas, having fun. And Dynasty, welcome GMs all around. And man, what we really need is wide receivers all around, all right? Because we pushed it pretty far and it's feeling thin. All right. A DK Metcalf would feel good on this team. And he gets taken. I think it might be boring, but I'm gonna reach for Chris Godwin. I just think Chris Godwin's the best receiver available and also fits this team the most. So let's do that. I'm kind of like disregarding ADP a little bit more and more recently, especially in these middle rounds, because I feel like ADP is about to change a lot and kind of just get ahead of that a little bit. And it's just a bit of a different way of getting unique too. Your 25 Chihuahuas probably did 10 for RB builds. Just kind of felt good in a lot of rooms to stack the big boys and went with like 8, 9 wide receivers. Yeah, it does feel pretty comfortable if you can get some good receiver values to fall to you. And I might be looking at 4 running backs in this build. Maybe even like regardless. Like I could go with a 2, 4, 10, 2 if I really want to on this team. Did this earlier today and wide receiver never let me catch up. The worst, yeah. Wide receivers, they're getting a little sharp. Wide receiver prices. They're getting a little expensive, but it makes me feel good about having a lot of heavy wide receiver builds early because I think I do have some good CLV on a lot of later receivers as well. Like I have a lot of Ryan Flournoy teams at 190, and he's like in the 160s now. And thank you for your belief in us landing the plane. I hope so too. And I would consider Trevor Lawrence here, but I have Jaden Daniels, and they both have a bye week 7. RJ Harvey's kind of interesting to take here and then be done. But I think Josh Downs is the play. We need wide receiver more. He's capable of breaking out. So taking him on a team like this, I think is a good idea. And if we get more negative news on Alec Pierce, he could move up in drafts a ton. But depending if they sign a veteran wide receiver like they've been rumored to, he could slide down quite a bit too. So we'll see. Doesn't mean he's a bad pick though. Been getting talked about moving all around the formation, more out wide this year too, not just slot exclusive. And hey, you know where I get all this news? From the man, Mr. Zane Denani. And he's coming on the show tomorrow. I'm sure a lot of you follow him on Twitter already. If you don't, definitely should. But man, I'm really excited to pick his brain a little bit and him to get to some of your questions too on like player takes or situations going on around the league, because no one's more tapped in than him. So really, really excited for that one. Sank has quite a few 4 RB builds, most are 5. You know, this is one reason I'm curious to like have access to one of these tools, is not to like draft with them, but so I can see like some of the statistics around my portfolio like that. I don't think it would really change the way I draft too much, because I like to treat each draft like it's its own. I take into account some of the stuff I've done, of course, but I like to just go with the flow of the draft, not try and force things. But seeing my statistics over like 300 drafts, I think would be pretty interesting. Yeah, you can get some steady guys later in the draft still for sure. What's up, Hallie? How we doing? Disbanded Brotherhood with the period. And I do like seeing some of these receivers fall. If Purdy fell to me with CMC, I would have taken him. Stafford goes. Okay, having these receivers go do make me feel good. And Michael Pittman would still be my preferred pick right here. I love some Michael Pittman. And yes, I like him over Ricky Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall might have more superstar potential than Michael Pittman, but with the receiver room that I have, I think a steady guy like Michael Pittman is a good idea when I drafted Josh Downs for that kind of breakout uh, potential. Dynasty building an exposure tool right now. Hit you up when I'm ready. Hey, might be interested. Might be interested. Yeah, I don't know like how I feel about these things entirely because I'm kind of more of a go with the flow type drafter. But when I'm drafting so many teams, I think it is valuable to know. And especially when we're kind of at like the halfway point in a way of this offseason. But like most people, or unlike most people, I'm probably going to do less like drafts in total towards the end of the year, at least off stream, because I really like early drafting and try and take advantage of early player takes and questionable situations. But right here, man, I might take my fourth running back. If one of these two fall to me, I might take him. Rashad White's off the board. Might look at Wandale right here too. Wandale would be pretty fitting for this team as our fifth wide receiver. I think I might take Wandale over Gainwell. I think the receiver is more important for this team right now. And I don't want to get completely lost in that. Like Gainwell's good and would be able to stop at 4, but there might still be some other running backs I would feel comfortable stopping at 4 with. Whereas now at receiver, I feel really good at receiver. Terry McLaurin, Chris Godwin, Josh Downs, Michael Pittman, Wandale Robinson. One thing I'm going to get our guest tomorrow to talk about as well as wide receiver profiles, and target depth and how it relates to actual fantasy production. It's really interesting. It might surprise you. So tune in tomorrow to hear Zane break that down because he's got some interesting takes and really good points around that stuff. Been getting crazy DK rooms post July 3rd. Getting those July 4th guys, man. I've been getting some crazy DK rooms. I mean, just when I've been doing them. Like I've had them on stream too. I haven't really done many DraftKings drafts off stream because whenever I'm not streaming, I draft on my phone. And drafting DK on your phone is a horrible experience. Because I've heard there's an app, but for some reason it doesn't work. I don't know if it's because I'm in Canada or I have an Android. Yes, I have a Samsung. But for me, it doesn't really work. So use like the web version and it sucks. When looking at like the player queue, you can only see like 4 players at a time. And I'm back up on the clock here. Do I want to take a receiver or do I want to take a running back? I think I might take JCM. Actually, let me take Stephon Diggs on this team. I'm taking Stephon Diggs in the chance that he goes to Washington because Brandon Ayuk has been, I mean, he's kind of ruined his chances of going to Washington, it seems like. And it seems pretty clear that Washington wants to bring in a veteran receiver. The recent rumors are that Stephon Diggs could be that receiver. And if that happens, could just rise up in value a ton. So getting him with Daniels when I need a receiver, I think is a fun way to play that. And I do see Coker and Shaheed off the board, so it makes me feel good about taking the receiver. Levernucky doesn't quite know if Ayuk has tanked his chances. Maybe he hasn't. Like, there's some conspiracies that they're all just trolling and want to make one big ha 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 about it, but I don't know. Seth just had a guy start Bowers, McBride, Josh Jacobs, Loveland in his BBM. I don't think he lands the plane. I don't know. Diggs is definitely going to have 1,000 yards again, but it ain't going to be on the Manders. Yeah, I don't know if it will be, but I think on this team, taking the chance that it could makes sense from a game theory perspective. And now I might look at a second quarterback or a running back like Tracy, Missile, Cam Ward. I could try and push it for like a Daniel Jones. Wow, Jonah Coleman off the board. You know what? I want the Missile on this team. I want the Missile. I have a plan, okay? We're landing this plane. I think the Missile's a fun click. And can give us some boom bust upside that we could use at running back. Dynasty's talking about the BBM team that Seth was. Yeah, that plane, not good. No, do not start 3 tight ends in your first 4 picks. Starting 2 is bad enough in my opinion, but 3, I don't know, man. All right, so I think looking at my last 2 picks, we made the right decision of going receiver and then running back because I was considering JCM. And if I took JCM instead of Diggs, who am I looking at receiver? Juwan Jennings, Omar Cooper. I don't know. That doesn't feel so good. Doesn't feel nearly as good. Whereas Missile, JCM, they kind of both have their goods. They both have their bads. That's what I'll say. All right, we see CJ Stroud go. Cam Ward is still there, which is really nice. If we get Cam Ward on the way back, I would be very happy because I was considering taking him with my last pick over the Missile. And all of these guys have at least 2 quarterbacks. So that's nice. If I get pretty much any one of these 3 guys, I'm happy. I don't think another position makes sense right here. We don't need one of these receivers as our 7th. We don't need one of these tight ends as our 2nd. I might even stop at 4 running backs. Although I think I can afford a 5th on this team because caught up at receiver pretty well. Terry McLaurin, Chris Godwin, Josh Downs, Michael Pittman, Wan'Dale Robinson, and Stephon Diggs. That's just a solid receiver room. A lot of points there. Trey McBride at tight end holding it down, and then McCaffrey, Kenneth Walker, Byshell Tootin, and Keaton Missile at running backs feels great. And we're going to get one of these quarterbacks. Daniel Jones goes. So, yeah, Cam Ward, come on down. Welcome to the team. We were going to take you with our last pick. And instead, you got him here and the Missile. So, if I took Cam Ward with my last pick, I'd probably have Woody Marks. So who would I rather have, Woody Marks or the Missile? I'd rather have the Missile. That worked out pretty well. And I can stop at 2 quarterbacks if I want, but I could also afford a 3rd in Aaron Rodgers. We'll see, though. I'm pretty comfortable stopping with these 2. Especially in this tournament, because it is still pretty top heavy. 2 out of 12, 1 out of 9, 1 out of 6. Like 1 out of 9 is pretty tough for the first playoff pod. Although, could see some weaker teams make it through just because these draft rooms seem pretty soft in general. Like, I don't really do slow drafts, but part of me is considering entering slows to max this just because I think it's plus EV. to do so, or I might just stream it a bunch. We'll see. What's up, Burrito Boy? How we doing? Autoed 5 Little Dalmatians and ended up with 3 Bowers McBride Loveland teams. Dude, that sucks. Yo, maybe it's Burrito Boy in your BBM, just his ghost. All right, do I want a running back? Do I want a receiver? I think I need the receiver. Debo, Flournoy. I have a lot of old guys. So let me go with Flournoy on this team. He's just a little more exciting. Debo, Diggs. Although Debo, I think there's a pretty good chance Debo could go back to the Commanders. I don't know if that's been talked about or if he's like burned bridges there or whatnot, but I mean, he's not the worst player. He's familiar with the team already, so wouldn't be terrible. All right. 3 running backs off the board. If I take a 5th, it's going to be with probably one of my last 2 picks. I think with this next pick, I might target one of the onesies. Unless Trey Harris falls. Aaron Rodgers, AJ Barner. Probably looking at one of these 2 picks. I really like AJ Barner, but I think I could push another tight end. And I do think I can afford a 3rd quarterback. Because looking at a 3-5-8-2 on this team, I think would make sense. Even though our receivers didn't start off very strong, we've caught up pretty well, and they feel really solid with upside there too. Or a 3-4-9-2 if we want to get real weird. But I think a 5th running back would make more sense than a 9th wide receiver. The guy before me has DK, but he also has 3 quarterbacks already. That's nice to know. This guy is Caleb Stafford and no Steelers. This guy is Lamar Trevor. Wow, a lot of people are pushing receivers in this draft. Very interesting. Trey Harris being there is kind of tough to pass up, though. But he gets taken. Don't have to worry about it. Dalton Schultz off the board. Yeah, I think Aaron Rodgers is the pick right here. Let's get a 3rd quarterback. Feel really strong there. And I think I'm going to leave this draft feeling really strong at every position. So absolutely love that. All right, Stribling, Geno, TJ Hawkinson off the board. With this next pick, it's going to have to be either a wide receiver or tight end. I don't think we can afford a running back with this pick unless a really nice value falls to us. But Sean Tucker, Alvin Kamara, I don't really think they do much. Zachariah Branch would be an interesting receiver. If not, I really like Terrence Ferguson. He's kind of just the guy I like to take an upside swing on late in these drafts recently. I think he has the most potential. He could just break out. Rumored to be just a wide receiver 3 on the Rams. And Puka's gotten banged up before. Adams has gotten banged up before. Never know. Terrence Ferguson might just completely break out. Had a good camp last year and then had like a hamstring issue, but still produced in limited opportunities last year. Got a lot of touchdowns. We expect the Rams to be one of the best offenses in the league again. And Zachariah Branch gets taken. Don't have to worry about him. Gunnar Helm is another stack with Cam Ward, though, which is something to consider. But let me just take T. Ferg. I feel I have more fun when I take Terrence Ferguson. Now, running back, wide receiver. Yeah, anytime I get Trey McBride or Brock Bowers, I'm pretty much stopping at 2 tight ends. Really not interested in going with a 3rd. And I think we're landing this plane. I mean, y'all were wondering if I was going to land this plane. in this draft, but Dynasty believed in us. And I think we're doing a pretty good job at that. I do think we caught up at receiver quite well, too, all considering. And we're going to be hopping in more Wawas after this. So if y'all want to join, hopefully you can join. Might rip quite a few today. Might have some fun doing a longer stream and ripping a bunch of these little chihuahuas. It's a fun time. And glad I took a tight end with my last pick. Seen 3 go off right there. Fryermuth, Gunnar Helm, Eli Stowers. I'm completely out on Stowers. I'm not going to be drafting him at all. I only have 1 share of him right now, and that's because someone made me take him when we were streaming together. It might have been Goofy. Goofy might have made me take Eli Stowers. So I'll have my 1 share and be happy with that. I really like Dallas Goedert. And you know why I don't like Eli Stowers? Because I heard our boy Zane Danani pretty much say he's going to have like a redshirt year and be a 0. And I believe him. Jaden Blue would be fun on this team. Just as like a little handcuff that has been getting good buzz and could just shoot up in draft boards. So getting some more exposure to him in a time box contest, kind of fun. Let's do it. And then we'll finish the draft with 1 more receiver. I like how this team turned out. Now, I kind of want some of your opinions on my last receiver because there's a lot of ways we could go. We could go with a veteran, like Keenan Allen, someone to just keep giving us points. Or do we take like a spike week guy like Tyquan Thornton, Rashad Bateman, who's kind of a veteran and spike week guy, Jalen Noel, a second-year upside swing, Pat Bryant, second-year slot guy upside player, or a rookie, Ted Hurst, Elijah Surratt. There's so many ways we could go, and I don't know if I have a preference. Like looking at my team, I do have a lot of like older players like Diggs, Godwin, Terry's up there, and a lot of like slot archetypes. Christian Kirk, I do have quite a bit of Christian Kirk. I like Christian Kirk. I haven't drafted him too much recently. I was drafting him a lot more when these contests open, but someone to consider too. Torrey Horton's interesting. Kayshon Boutte, maybe he gets traded to the Commanders. There's a lot of ways we could go. I don't think Keenan's the pick. I've been wanting to mix in some Tyquan Thornton, but I don't know if it makes sense on this team. Same thing with Elijah Surratt. Kayshon Boutte goes. Man, this like sucks. I don't really have too much of a preference. Torrey Horton, Christian Kirk, Pat Bryant's just a guy I've been taking recently. So I'm just going to do it again on this team. Maybe in the Wawa, Pat Bryant's just going to be the guy I have in round 18. And if he's good, then he's good in this tournament. But this is the final team. It's a 3-5-8-2. Did something a little different, really trying to push receiver. We took Terry as our first receiver at pick 42, and then didn't take our second until Chris Godwin at 79, but really hammered the position after that. So we finished with a 3-5-8-2. Jaden Daniels, Cam Ward, and Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. I think it does make sense having Rodgers as my third, just with the build that I have, and Cam Ward being my second. A nice value on Ward as well. Running backs, Christian McCaffrey, Kenneth Walker, Bashal Tutin, Keaton Missile, and Jaden Blue. I think it's a really fun and balanced room. Getting some like younger upside guys like Bashal Tutin Missile, who can just be explosive, I think helps. Handcuff potentially in Jaden Blue or potential zero. I think it makes sense for this team. Receivers, we started off really thin, but I think we caught up and I think we landed the plane at receiver. We have Terry McLaurin, Chris Godwin, Josh Downs, Michael Pittman, Wandale Robinson, Stephon Diggs, Ryan Flournoy, and Pat Bryant. I like it. We got a mix of youth in there. We got some old veterans and a lot of steady points too. I like it. And then Trey McBride, Terrence Ferguson at tight end. Anytime I get McBride, I'm stopping at 2. And Terrence Ferguson is an exciting second. So I really like this tight end room too. Really fun team right there. Really fun team. So what do you say? We hop in another Wawa. If you want to join, I'm going to enter this draft in 5 seconds. So hop on in because we are in. Waiting for 8 too. Nice. If you want to do a draft, come on in. Come rip some Wawas. Getting this field nice and quick. Love to see it. All right, what pick are we getting? Pick 3. Love it. Love me some pick 3. If you made it in here, let me know. Say what's up. I'm liking some pick 3. Get one of Gibbs, Bijan, Chase. Love that. I do like Puka as well. I feel like I don't end up with as much of him. Let's look at my exposures on some of these top guys right now. Let's look at my Gibbs. 14.1. Love to see it. Bijan, 7.5. Pretty respectable. Chase, 6.9. Nice. But I do want more of him. So hopefully we can get a share here, bump that up a little bit. I know I don't have much of him in BBM, which sucks. I've taken him over Bijan before, a couple times maybe, just to get my exposure up. And Puka Nacua also, 6.9%. Nice. But also, I want more of him. Now, we're probably on the clock right now. 2 picks away. They call that perfect timing. And look who we get, Mr. Jamar Chase. Perfect timing. That's some elite streamer hosting right there. What's up, Mute Bars? How we doing? In here at 5. Oh, dang. Gonna have to keep an eye out for you. And your red badge, too. Got Sharp in here with us. We're trying to get some plus EV in these Chihuahua streets. But we got some Sharps in here, too. Some other people trying to catch up on that value. Now, I'm curious, man. What are people doing at pick 6? What do you guys like to do at pick 6? Because by ADP, it's Jonathan Taylor, but I feel like I never see him go here. I see Christian McCaffrey get pulled up a lot of people on St. Brown, a lot of people pulling up Gene T, sometimes even Justin Jefferson. What do you guys like to do at pick 6? Because I feel like that's when things start to shake up a little bit. And yo, what's up? Denver at 2. How we doing, Nathan? Great to see you in here. Welcome. Oh, dude, I got you guys both next to me. We got him over here. We got Mute Bars over here. It might be a little tough. First down fantasy, pulling up Gene T to 6 because you hate JT and CMC. Nap God pulling up Amon-Ra. Respect it. Mute Bars also got a lot of Amon-Ra. Yeah, Amon-Ra is who I pull up the most to 6. Sometimes I do take McCaffrey. Sometimes I do take Gene T. And sometimes I'll even take James Cook. I kind of want a little more James Cook too. Because I feel like I've been taking Gene T over James Cook like all the time, which makes me have like 3 times as much Gene T as I do James Cook. And I don't know if I want that to be the case. Now, what I do want is Drake London to fall to me at 22. I would like that quite a bit with Jamar Chase. That would be really fun. Bowers wouldn't be a bad consolation prize there either. And we get our choice. Drake London or Brock Bowers. I'm going to go with London. I feel like, by ADP, it's less common for Chase and London to be paired up together. Denver seems pretty happy to get Bowers with that snap click, and I don't blame him. Great pick, but I want to start some Jamar Chase, Drake London. Feels pretty good. Rashee Rice off the board and Devonta Smith. Don't love to see that. Denver still with 0 wide receivers. Takes Chris Olave as his first. So that leaves me with Jeremiah Love. I'm going to take Jeremiah Love, and that's a pretty fun start right there. Jamar Chase, Drake London, Jeremiah Love, putting a lot on the rookie's plate. But hey, 3rd overall pick. We're going to lean into that in this draft. And I'm like, are you guys taking round 3 Jeremiah Love? Are you taking him? Because I was taking him a lot really early, like when these contests first opened, because he was going around like pick 27. And I thought he was going to steam up kind of to this like mid 2 where AJ Brown's kind of going now. I thought that's where Jeremiah Love was going to end up. But it's kind of like, and he did go up for a little bit, but then he's kind of fallen back down. And I already have quite a bit of him from early drafts. So I haven't been taking him as much, but my Jeremiah Love take is that I think he's going to be underwhelming in the regular season of fantasy. I think he's probably going to be a low advance rate player in general, but I think he's going to explode in the playoffs and have a really, really great fantasy playoffs. He plays the Jets, the Saints, and the Raiders. All of them are in domes, and they're probably their 3 easiest games of the year. So if Jeremiah Love isn't looking so good early in the year, because the Cardinals have one of the hardest schedules in the league, and that's mainly because of their divisional games. And Jeremiah Love might struggle early because of that. But late in the year, they could either want to rest him a little bit, not want him to get banged up, be healthy because the season's already long gone, or they can want to show him off a little bit, put him on display, show that they were worthy of taking him with the 3rd overall pick, because he might not look so good up until that point. And they might just want to prove other people wrong, and prove themselves right, see what he's got. I think he might just shine a lot. Plus, if Jacoby Brissett's not starting, and I'm 1 pick away. If what's his name? Carson Beck is starting, I don't know if they're going to want to throw it a lot with Carson Beck. They might just want to run the ball more. And at that point in the year, the hot hand probably going to be with Jeremiah Love. Now, Scatabo, I don't have much of him. It's probably the pick to make. I don't love it, but I'm going to do it on this team. It's a $4 draft. I have like literally 2 shares of Scatabo this year, but let's take a share. It's just tough for me to take the running back right here because there's so many running backs that are kind of similar. And like Loveland, I really like Loveland. It's tough for me to take Scatabo over Loveland. But for my portfolio's sake, for the sake of this team, this is a really boom bust ass running back room. Let's just try it out. And we do see Monty Swift go. I do get JMO on the way back. I don't think I'm passing on JMO. Round 5 JMO. I can't pass up on it. So Scatabo, was he the right pick there? I do think so. Even though I like Loveland more. On this team specifically with Jeremiah Love, after everything I just said about him being a low advance rate player, I think it's good to get some running back help. I think David Montgomery complements Jeremiah Love more than Cam Scatabo, but at the same time, I don't have much Scatabo, and I don't want to be completely out on him. So when I do get a little fall as a player who's rising, I'm gonna take him there. And in a $4 draft, why not? Yeah, dude, I have yo, this is gonna make people rage so hard. Some people. Some people are gonna love this, some people are gonna hate this. But I have 2 shares of Cam Scatabo in 306 drafts. That's 0.7%, and they're both in 2 puppies. So I have 0% in BBM so far. I don't know if I want that to be the case because I could just be completely wrong, but I don't know, man. It's tough. And okay, at least I got my boy Cody, my boy Schneid, got my back with 0 Scatabo. I remember talking to him months ago, pre-draft, where yeah, we were both on the same page about Scatabo. He was saying he had Scatabo like in the 70s, 80s in his rankings, which I didn't necessarily blame him for. But he's been getting a lot of good buzz. I mean, talk is cheap. It's one thing, but I don't want to be completely out with that many drafts. Putt Daddy has a few shares of Jeremiah Love. He's a tough click. Yeah, he's tough, but I think he's just going to be good in the playoffs. You know? Yeah, and how we doing? How we doing? Good getting Zane. He's an awesome Twitter follow. Yeah, dude, Zane's the man. Like if you're not following Zane on Twitter, he is the man. And recently started a YouTube page as well at the Cut Up. I might link that right now too, because he needs more subscribers than he has. He just hit 100. And yeah, he deserves more. I'm taking Parker Washington right here. Y'all know how I feel about him. Love me some P Wash. And really excited to have Zane on. I just sent him a DM. Like I thought, you know what? I kind of want to have some more like outside the box guests on that aren't like always in these best ball streets and streaming all the time. Cause honestly, I got a little inspiration from Goofy Chicken when it comes to that stuff. Cause he has some really interesting people on that aren't all like streaming all the time. And I think I'm just gonna stick with running backs right here. Another guy I don't take too much of is Jalen Warren. But let's take him here, help out my running back room that I am not super fond of. So yeah, I'm gonna get that link right now after doing that. I'll just do it on my phone. It's easier. But yeah, Zane's a great follow because one thing he also does, I think like pretty much daily, is he does a series called the Tight 10. It's not quite 10 minutes, usually more, but he just goes through his own Twitter and reads like the stuff he's posted and then talks more about it. And it's awesome. Because for someone like me, I really like just listening to that sort of stuff. And it's easier for me to digest than like reading it all the time. And it's really great, valuable information too. So highly, highly recommend subscribing to him because he deserves way more subscribers than he has right now. He has a big Twitter following, but he's new on YouTube. So hopefully we can get him some love too because he's starting to stream as well. Starting to stream some best ball drafts. He wants to max BBM and has only done like 20 something drafts so far, I think. But said might as well stream them. So he's going to be doing some of those too. Really enjoy hearing what he has to say. And best ball on call, still no power on day 4, but leaving a like. Hey, I appreciate that, man. And if y'all have not done so already, go down, hit that like button for me. Subscribe if you are new. We're streaming every single day and having a great time doing it, doing all sorts of different drafts, ripping some Wawas today, and trying to stream for a longer time each day as well. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. And man, I'm really excited for tomorrow's stream with Zane. Now, just about on the clock again, I have to think about quarterback. And I mean, I guess I do have Dart as an option. Receiver, running back. Um, let's take Worthy as a receiver. That's kind of fun. Maybe I could have taken Pearsall and got Purdy on the way back, but I don't have a lot of Worthy. I think it kind of makes sense for this receiver room. High upside guy. And looking at the quarterbacks available, I mean, if Mahomes is there, I might as well take Mahomes. I would take Mahomes over Dart. I was just thinking this guy at the turn has Rice, and he might take Mahomes, but didn't. Had the catch up at receiver, which makes sense with the way his team looks like. And Denver takes Michael Wilson, so sure, I'll take Mahomes with Worthy. I was going to take Dart because of Scatabo, and I can still get more Giants later, but I'll take Mahomes over Dart pretty easily. Brock Purdy off the board too. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Worked out pretty well. We have a 1-3-5-0 so far. Patrick Mahomes at quarterback. Running backs Jeremiah Love, Cam Scatabo, Jalen Warren. Receivers Jamar Chase, Drake London, Jameson Williams, Parker Washington, and Xavier Worthy. No tight ends yet. I'm not afraid. Y'all know I am comfortable pushing the tight ends. And we're seeing a bunch of quarterbacks go. So getting Mahomes at 99 feels pretty good as a backstack with Worthy. And I don't know if I have too much of him either. And then Dart finally goes at 106 to the team with Malik Neighbors. So that's a really fun stack too. When you get Dart to fall with Neighbors, it feels great. And man, that reminds me of this one team. I was looking at the other day. Is it this one? No, I think it's my $20 Frenchie. Yeah, this Frenchie 7 team was super fun. Look at my quarterback values. Jalen Hurts, Jackson Dart, Hurts at 83, Dart at 110 with Malik Neighbors. And then I also took Goddard and Wicks to backstack with Hurts as well. Super, super fun team the way this one turned out, especially knowing that it's a single entry, 4 out of 12, 1 out of 4, 1 out of 2. Could just be a little shipper right here. Great values all around. Phenomenal team. But back on this team. This is a phenomenal team too. Don't sleep on this team now. And I like some players still available too. Drafting some good teams today, man. These Chihuahua streets, I'm telling you, they're feeling pretty good. Now, mute bars. What is he going to do? Is he going to crush my dreams? He does not crush my dreams. Give me Jared Goff with Jameson Williams falling back. Yes, please. This plane is being landed, folks. This plane is getting landed. We have Patrick Mahomes, Jared Goff at quarterback, stacked up with JMO and Worthy. I mean, I can stop at 2 quarterbacks if I want to. Or I could take a third late. We'll see. We have Rodgers open with Jalen Warren. That's pretty nice. I don't know if I can afford a third quarterback this early like Baker Mayfield. Maybe I look at Travis Kelce as my first tight end to stack with Mahomes. That could be interesting. But I might actually lean towards the running back because my running back room isn't that strong. And at the next turn, there's still running backs I like, or sorry, tight ends I like and running backs I don't. One thing I heard Zane talk about recently is Jordan Mason. And Jordan Mason might just be the lead back in Minnesota, which pretty bullish for his price. I haven't been the biggest Jordan Mason drafter. I've kind of been just drafting him when he falls to me or if I need a running back desperately there. But on this team, I think it makes a ton of sense. We see a bunch of tight ends go off. Hopefully we can get some to fall to us, but I feel really good about my running back room now in Jeremiah Love, Cam Scatabo, Jalen Warren, Jordan Mason. Because if I'm going under the impression that Jeremiah Love is going to be a tough player to advance, I want to feel strong in the rest of my room too. And I also don't love Cam Scatterbo early in the year either. So having Jalen Warren and Jordan Mason, who might just be the RB1s on their team to start the year, I think is a really good approach to this team. So see a couple running backs go off the board after, a couple receivers as well. If I could get likely to fall to me, Goddard, Chig, I'd be pretty happy with one of these guys as my first tight end. Feel really strong at running back and receiver and quarterback. So I'm loving how this team's turning out. And I like seeing these receivers go too. Tyrone Tracy off the board. Wouldn't be interested in him when I have Scatterbo. When I don't have many Scatterbo teams, the few that I take him on, I'm going to make sure that if it hits, then it hits. And I'm not taking a handcuff. Goddard and Likely both off the board. Unfortunate they don't come back to me. Keaton Missil's an interesting click, though. Keaton Missile would be interesting to click, but I think I have to take Chig first. And Missile is off the board. Let's take Chig as our first tight end. I like that. McMillan goes to Denver with Baker. That's a good click. I would have been interested in McMillan. Naylor off the board. Now, we have a lot of week 7 buys. Brenton Strange goes, dang, I was going to take Strange too. Do I want a receiver? Do I want a running back? I think the value's probably at receiver. Let's take Trey Tucker on this team. Let's feel really strong at receiver. I like getting the spike week guy when I have Chase and London, just because they're going to be so solid. And then having like JMO, Worthy, Trey Tucker that can spike into my lineup feels really good. And big upside bet on Parker Washington. Because Denver, he took both the guys I would have wanted. I would have wanted Jalen McMillan or Brenton Strange. But they are gone. How we doing, Chris? Welcome. Great to see you back in here. A little late, but hey, we're doing a long stream today, so just in time. And Best Ball and Call, hey, appreciate you subscribing to Zane. If anyone is not, please subscribe to Zane. Do yourself a favor, because if you want to be in the loop, there's no better person to follow. So we're going to be streaming tomorrow, same time we started today, 3 p.m. Pacific, and going to be ripping a Best Ball Mania together too. Really excited for that. Might just be a shipper, you know? All right, Daniel Jones off the board, Denzel Boston. We see a bunch of tight ends go, which I don't love, but at least when I'm pushing the tight ends in this draft, I feel really strong at every other position. So I can easily take 3 and feel good about that. I do like some receiver values here, and I do like some running back values here, though. Would I want a receiver or running back first? Flournoy and Debo are tough to pass on just because I think of them as in a different tier than Stribling, Antonio Williams. But Pacheco. Okay, Flournoy goes. That makes it easier for me. We have a bet on Detroit. Let's take Isaiah Pacheco as our 5th. I think it makes sense. Bryce Young is still here too. Big fall on him. I don't have any Carolina, but I don't know if I can afford. Actually, I could do a 3-5-7-3, I guess. But I might prefer 6 running backs on this team. Just with the guys I have early. And now, do I want that 6th running back, or do I want my no, I need Barner more. I need my second tight end more than any other position. I don't wanna completely fade it. I've done that a lot. I have to lean into some of the guys I drafted early, and sometimes I have to pass up on other values that I like, but Chig and Barner as my first 2 tight ends might not look too strong, but I feel pretty good about it because these are 2 of my highest drafted tight ends, 2 guys who I think can just break out this year. So I'm okay with it. And yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna take another receiver until my last pick. I think I might know who I'm gonna take. Probably looking at 6 running backs and 3 tight ends. I put a lot of draft capital into running backs, but with the guys that I have, I think there might be some tough players to advance. So when I know I can stop at 7 receivers very comfortably, then I think it makes me a little more free with that. Jaden Higgins, Jaden Higgins is long gone. I don't know if Rosie is behind on the stream, but how we doing, Rosie Perosi? But hey, if Jaden Higgins was still available right now, I would definitely not hesitate to take him. Bryce Young, 186. Finally off the board. Yeah, I would take that value even unstacked. I kind of like Bryce Young this year, man. I think he might just be decent. And now, similar to the last draft, Terrence Ferguson is just my most fun click back here. And when I need upside at tight end, I think it's fun to take. Very thin tight end room, but it's kind of how I like to play it. Now, I'm taking a running back with my next pick and then ending the draft with 1 receiver. Pat Frymuth off the board. Alvin Kamara went to Denver. We are 2 picks away. I'm either taking Ray Davis or Jaden Blue. Who makes more sense for this team? Ray Davis, Jaden Blue. They both have upsides and downsides. I want Ray Davis on this team. Ray Davis feels better to take on this team. So that's what I'm taking. And Jaden Blue goes right after. Yo, what's up, Emo? Yo, how we doing, man? How we doing? Congratulations on your tout performance. I've not watched the whole video yet. I have I don't know, maybe 20, 30 minutes left. I heard Pete present you with the opportunity with Tyler. I don't know if you saved him yet, but I think I saw something on Twitter maybe that you did. I don't know. I have to get to it. But great to see you in here, my friend. Rosie Prosy, Eli Stowers. I'm out on Eli Stowers. I am out. 0%. I don't want any of them. I really like Dallas Goedert. I really like Devonta Smith. Kind of getting talked into a little Dontavian Wicks recently too. But Eli Stowers, our friend Zane Donani has been reporting that Eli Stowers is probably going to have more of a redshirt year and likely just be a 0. Tight end 3 right now. Don't necessarily love him. Singleton, not on this team. Not going with Singleton. I don't love him as a 3rd string, 5th or 6th round pick as a rookie running back on a not so good team. Tony Pollard and Tajay Spears have a much better handle on that backfield. I took a lot of Nicholas Singleton pre-draft because I thought he was a fun swing as a rookie running back late, but Tennessee, not the best landing spot. And on this team, doesn't make too much sense. Now, I need 1 more receiver. Jeremy Bernard is still here with an ADP of 183. Is Chafer going to ruin our dreams? And he crushes our dreams. But The other pick I was planning on taking is Tyquan Thornton. I've been wanting to take a little Tyquan Thornton in round 18. I just haven't had the teams that necessarily he would work on. But this team specifically, when I have Mahomes and I only have Mahomes stacked with Worthy, it's kind of a fun bet against Rice and aging Travis Kelsey and just a fun spike week guy. You know, when I have Chase in London, feel really solid about these guys. And then other guys that can spike in our lineup because I can still easily start 3 running backs. Don't feel the best about this running back room. I don't necessarily love Scatabo or loves early season production, but I think in the playoffs, this team would smash. Like if this team makes it to the finals, it would be really exciting. So we finished with a 2-6-7-3. Patrick Mahomes and Jared Goff as our quarterbacks. Great value on both of them, too. Mahomes at 99, Goff at 118. 6 running backs: Jeremiah Love, Cam Scatabo, Jalen Warren, Jordan Mason, Isaiah Pacheco, and Ray Davis. I mean, it feels really solid all the way around. Maybe like players aside, y'all know how I feel about Scat. The overall construction, I think, is great. Receivers: Jamar Chase, Drake London, Jameson Williams, Parker Washington, Xavier Worthy, Trey Tucker, Tyquan Thornton. Yeah, it's extremely strong. And for a single week ceiling, very, very good. 3 tight ends: Chiga Okonkwo, AJ Barner, Terrence Ferguson. Definitely our thinnest position by far, but 3 guys who are kind of just 3 of my favorite clicks at tight end. Chig is my highest drafted. AJ Barner, probably my second highest drafted. And Terrence Ferguson, he's really getting up there. I've been drafting him a ton recently. Going to be drafting him a lot more as well. So, yeah, I kind of really love this team. I mean, if I got Jeremy Bernard at 214 with an ADP of 183, that would have just been the cherry on top. But hey, I'm not unhappy about it. I love it. So we're kind of 2 for 2 right now, crushing these drafts. We're feeling good. So how about we hop in a big dog? Waiting for 10. Not today. So let's hop in another Wawa. You want to join? Hop on in. We're only waiting for 2. It's going to fill. I don't know if anyone's even going to get in here, but waiting for 1 if anyone is able to pop in. I was tempted to leave and then just join in like a 10 seconds, but hey, Denver got in. I was worried if I left, then I might rug pull some guys. But Denver, hey, real close to me again. Who else we got in here? I do recognize Farshid Yassin. I've seen this guy in some of my draft rooms as well. We'll see how this one goes. We got pick 5 now. So another pick towards the start of the draft. Getting anything in the top 5 feels pretty nice. So I like that. Your soothing sound. Only problem with Goddard is his age. Stowers has good potential if Goddard goes down. Yeah, I think it would take an injury this year for Eli Stowers to be relevant, or Wicks, Lemon, Hollywood Brown, Elijah Moore. Everyone they brought in just sucks. But haven't heard great things about Eli Stowers so far, and that's not great. Ooh, Puka at 3 to Denver. Interesting. Will I get Jamar Chase at 5? Nope. My dreams are crushed. Do I want to take JSN or do I want to get weird? No, I'm taking JSN. I don't have enough of JSN to get weird with it right now. How much JSN do I have? I think it's gone up a little bit recently, but JSN, I have 6.8%. So still underweight. I kind of want to be at that like 8% mark. I don't really want to be over. I don't really want to be under. If I'm between like 6 and 8% on JSN, I'm pretty happy. If I start getting over 8%, then I'll get more weird from that 5 spot. But I do have him in a $101 Dalmatian draft as well. Hartman says 6 is fine. Should have gotten weird instead. I mean, if I got weird, honestly, the player I kind of want to get a little weird with is James Cook. I think it's kind of fun. Okay, if I get picked like 6, 7, or 8, I'll get weird with James Cook. Because what I think would be kind of fun is getting James Cook a little early. And then I've also seen Josh Allen fall to this like mid 4th recently. So getting James Cook early and then Josh Allen to fall while still getting a value on round 2 and 3, if you can get some good guys to fall to you, I think that would be really unique and also really strong. So kind of want some of that. Soothing Sound says, appreciate what you do. Been listening while at work. What Zane socials you were talking about? Okay, I'll post it again. Yeah, his Twitter is just at Zane, or it might be his last name first. I'll find out, but I'll post his YouTube link again. It's not too far up in the chat, but he's absolutely crushing it. So yeah, check out Zane's YouTube channel and subscribe to him as well. Just at 100 and deserves a lot more. 49ers backup running back, Black or James. I mean, I've made my bet with Kalen Black. I just think it's more exciting of a pick. Jordan James literally didn't even touch the ball on offense last year. It's kind of a dart throw, really. But I've been taking some Kalen Black. Now, do I want to take another team with Drake London? You know what? Let's get a little weird. Again, let's get a little weird and take Pickens. The reason I'm taking Pickens is because where JSN goes, JSN pretty much exclusively goes at pick 5. He doesn't often go at pick 4, sometimes goes a little later. And Pickens kind of exclusively goes at like the 2-3 turn or to like one of the top 3 teams. I don't see Pickens often picked at 20, and I don't really see him fall to 29 anymore. So the amount of teams that have JSN and Pickens together, I don't think is going to be that many. So kind of fun to mix that up a little bit. We didn't get weird with our first pick, but we did get weird with our second pick. And will we get Jeremiah Love again? I would take him. This guy's just making us wait, man. This guy started chasing London, which is how I started in the last draft. But he takes ETN. So, hey, Jeremiah Love 29. Yeah, I'll take him. Now, this is a really unique team now. JSN, George Pickens, Jeremiah Love. Pickens and Love are paired together pretty often, but not with JSN. So that's pretty fun. Taking Jordan James, went to the same high school. Damn. But taking some Kalen Black too. Yeah, I'm not out on Kalen Black either. I'm taking both of them. I'll show you my exposures right now. San Francisco, Kalen Black is my highest San Francisco player at 19.5%. So he's been my favorite late round rookie to take because, I mean, he was the 3rd running back taken in the draft. He was taken in the 3rd round, the only running back taken in the 3rd round. No one really expected that. And there's guys that go in the 7th round that are getting taken above him, which I think is just wrong. And I think the San Francisco RB2 is just really valuable. Jordan James, I have 4.9%, which is still like a good bit for around 18 click. And then Christian McCaffrey, 6.5%. I'm kind of wanting between 6 and 8% McCaffrey as well. Don't want to be all the way in on him, but don't want to fade him. So kind of happy with where I'm at with that exposure too. How we doing? Breaking best ball. I'm doing great, man. In these drafts, ripping some Wawas. This is draft number 3 already. And the first two we got kind of crushed. We're getting some soft rooms, man. The title is no clickbait. We've been getting some good rooms. And look at this. Quicksta 44 takes Lamar at pick 40 after starting 3 straight running backs. 2 teams in this starting 3 straight running backs. Now, a bunch of receivers available. Do I want one of them? Or do I want Colston Loveland? I'm going to take Waddle. And I'm doing this for my boy Zane. Okay, we're doing this for Zane because he's been really liking some Jalen Waddle. I don't draft a lot of him. I don't think there's going to be a lot of Waddle teams with JSN either. So we're just getting a little weird in these Chihuahua streets. You know, having some fun. They're $4 drafts, mixing up some of the exposures a little bit. I think it's a fun way to play it. Damn, Denver wanted Pickens. Hey, it's tough out here. Kalen Black in the TDP role could be. I mean, I just think there's like they've talked about wanting to give McCaffrey a little bit of a break running the ball. Kalen Black hasn't really caught the ball too much, but reports have been that he's shown some pass catching ability in camp, so that's good for him. Now, with this pick, I only have one running back in Jeremiah Love. Y'all know with my last draft, I was talking about wanting another one earlier to help him a bit, but man, Devontae Adams is tough to pass up on right here. And I just think he's a better click than all of the running backs. So let me get stronger at receiver. You know, we got a little weird again with these next 2 receivers. You know, we pulled up Pickens and then got a falling Love, and then we pulled up Waddle and got a falling Adams. So it's kind of funny. Pickens, Love, Waddle, and Adams. These 4 are probably all paired up together quite a bit, but with JSN, probably not so much. Now, honestly, this kind of makes me think maybe I should have gotten weird and pulled up like James Cook because the amount of teams that have these players with James Cook is going to be 0. But hey, we can do that in another draft. Do you think your last pick is more important than your first? Why or why not? And what do you think position wise is the most optimal position to choose for the last round? I mean, with your last round pick, I think it kind of just depends on how the rest of your draft is. I don't think there's necessarily one that's optimal. It kind of just depends how the season plays out. I would say tight end is probably not it with round 18, just because they all seem to go by round like 16 or 17 now. So round 18 doesn't feel too great for tight end. And also round 18 for quarterback doesn't really feel so great. So I would probably say a receiver or a running back. And I think that just depends on the rest of the draft that you've done. And there's a bunch of different archetypes you could take as well. So you can really go in any direction. I like to base it off of my draft. Like with the draft that I have, 1 running back and 4 receivers, I'm probably leaning towards taking a running back round 18. Unless I hammer a bunch of running backs, don't take a lot of receivers, and then end up wanting to get like my 7th receiver really late or something. All depends. Now, with this pick, I think Tony Pollard makes sense. I don't necessarily love the value at 68. I think it's expensive. But when I only have Jeremiah Love and I have 4 strong receivers, the next top receiver was Marvin Harrison. I don't know if I want 2 Arizona Cardinals on the same team. The quarterbacks right here, none of them stacked with me. And Tony Pollard, just the best available running back. So might as well take him. Sometimes it's just that simple. Mason or Brooks? Jordan Mason, Jonathan Brooks. I'm Jordan Mason. I know Jonathan Brooks' ADP is way higher. He's proven absolutely nothing in the league. And that doesn't excite me. I'm taking Jalen Hurts. Am I? I mean, there's no other running backs. I don't need a receiver. Yeah, let's take Hurts. Only reason I would not want Hurts is just because I have a lot of other quarterbacks available. But Pickens, I don't think Dak is falling back to me. JSN, we do have Darnold available as a quarterback, but I wouldn't want him as my first. Waddle, we do have Bo Nix, but I don't know if I would want to take Bo Nix at 101. I would probably try and push him, and he probably wouldn't come back to me. The same thing with Stafford. So getting Hurts here, falling to 77, I think it just feels fine. Running back was definitely the right move in Tony Pollard. So I think we're making the right picks. I'm liking this team. We're going to try and land this plane too, as we do so well. Yo, I'm loving Soothing Sam with the Q&A right here. He's just making this easy, just asking all the questions. Appreciate it. What got you into Underdog and when did you start? This is my 5th year streaming best ball. Not streaming, first year streaming, 5th year drafting best ball on Underdog. I think it's going to be my 3rd year maxing BBM. Maybe my 4th, but what got me into it? I didn't know Underdog was like a best ball platform or only best ball. I thought you could do like paid redraft leagues on here. So I actually joined thinking I was going to do like some real money redraft stuff. And then I realized it was just best ball. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I just deposited like $100 so I could get $100 for free. And now I don't even want to do this. But then I did it and I got hooked. Probably similar to a lot of you guys. And then the game theory stuff kicks in and wanting to draft like a better team each time is always like exciting. So it's been fun, man. I mean, drafting has literally been my favorite part about fantasy football, like forever, even before best ball. So having something that's just focused on drafting, I really like. And yeah, pretty easy to get hooked. Damn, I was hoping for Kraft, dude. If I got Kraft on there, would have felt incredible. Man, running backs are scarce too. I don't want to get boxed out completely, so I'm actually just going to take Dobbins right here. It might be a bit of a reach, but I don't have a ton of Dobbins, and sometimes you just got to read the room. Blake Corum, Kyle Monangai are already off the board. Tucker Kraft, though, at 92 would have been incredible. I don't have a lot of Tucker Kraft just because of where he goes in drafts, but I don't want to be out on him. Although Dobbins, I think, really complements Jeremiah Love. Same thing with Tony Pollard. So room is coming together well and hoping we can get some more picks I like falling to us. It looks like the value's at wide receiver right here. RJ Harvey or Kenny Gainwell? I'm taking RJ Harvey. I think his ceiling's just higher. So, yeah, I'm taking RJ Harvey. First down fantasy. I didn't even know what the fuck best ball was until I found Underdog. Yeah, dude. That's my experience. No clue. Now, with this pick, you know what? I might I like the receivers here, but I'm actually just going to take Kyle Pitts. Like we're reaching a little bit, but as far as actual value, I really like Kyle Pitts. I like him more than Fannin. I think he has a really high ceiling. And getting an elite tight end on this team, or someone who could be an elite tight end, is pretty fun. Sometimes he falls a bit, but I think he's going to start to rise pretty soon. So Kraft is being slept on in redraft. Makes sense. I haven't really looked into redraft at all yet. I've just been like all in on best ball. But I think towards August or like the end of August, I might start doing some redraft content. And I'm going to be in at least 2 fantasy football leagues this year, maybe 3 again. I did 3 last year. I don't know if the 1 is going to hold up this year, but I was thinking it'd be fun just to stream those drafts as well, like with my real life friends or coworkers. And none of them know that I do these streams right now. So I think it would be pretty fun to sneakily stream it with you guys and, get a little inside scoop and then maybe even keep up with those teams throughout the year as well. One of them is an auction draft, which is fun. And then one of them is like a 2-player IDP draft. So a couple different formats too. Very different from best ball, but it's kind of exciting. Now, man, if Harold Fannin falls back to me, I'm probably going to regret the Kyle Pitts take. But I'd probably take Harold Fannin still. Okay, Fannin gets taken, so I'm happy with Pitts and Rachaad White just off the board. That's unfortunate. Could look at a receiver. I'm going to take Jordan Mason, though. We're pulling him up. We're reaching. But, hey, Zane's reporting Jordan Mason potentially just the lead back in Minnesota. So I kind of want some more shares right now because he could just steam up. He was getting drafted in like the 80s last year. Might just steam up there again. Who would know? Price or Chuba? I would take Jadarian Price over Chuba. Just the rookie upside. He was a first-round pick. Chuba wasn't so exciting last year. And the downside is both of them could be bad in the second half of the year or in the playoffs. Like if Zach Charbonnet comes back and is good, or if Chuba just falls off again, might not be so great. Now with this next pick, I still feel really good at receiver. I'm tempted just to reach for a pick. Or I think I have a plan. Baker's really tough to pass on here. He's just the best available pick by far. The only problem is Jalen Hurts is also a week 10 bye. Do I care? Is the question. The answer is no, because this is a $4 draft. And if I'm done at 2 quarterbacks and they have both week 10 buys, so be it. It's a $4 draft. Napgob was listening to a podcast with a guy that writes for RotoWorld and kept saying best ball. And I searched it up and currently hooked. My goodness, man. Yeah, we need to have like a stream where we just talk about people's best ball origin stories. Rosie Perosi. Maybe we can get you to 500 subs before then. Hey, I hope so. That's the goal. The goal is 500 subs before the start of the NFL season. We're almost at 400 now. So hopefully we can get there. I think we can. We're streaming every single day, doing our thing. So if you're new, go down. Be a part of the first 500. You can still be a part of the first 400. Subscribe if you're new. Leave a like. Do all the things. We're streaming some good teams around here. 384 teams out of 196,608 make it to week 10. Damn. Is that for the eliminator? That's the eliminator, right? Yeah. Yeah, when you think about that, like it's pretty crazy. People think, oh, the eliminator, you just have to win head-to-head each week. Yeah, that's hard, dude. It's hard to make it far. But if you can like get an edge and draft well, then hey, more power to you. All right, we are 2 picks away. One of these tight ends would be incredible. I think I would have to take Goddard over Likely as well, just so I could stack it with Hurts. But Likely's kind of a hard pass. Wow, Sam Darnold got taken too, and Daniel Jones. So honestly, and Cam Ward or CJ Stroud. So I'm really happy that I took Baker. Goddard or Likely. Honestly, let's be boring. Let's be simple. I'm gonna take Goddard to stack with Hurts. Now I can stop at 2 tight ends with Kyle Pitts and Dallas Goddard. I still only have 4 wide receivers with JSN, Pickens, Waddle, and Devontae Adams, but those are really strong. And then my running backs, Jeremiah Love, Tony Pollard, J.K. Dobbins, Jordan Mason. Yeah, really strong there too. I see Jalen McMillan go off the board. That's unfortunate because that would have been my number 1 pick because I would like a receiver and it would also stack with Baker. That would be quite nice. Now, one thing I might even consider is just taking Cam Ward. Our 2 quarterbacks have the same bye week, but when I feel this strong at tight end, I can push for a 3rd quarterback. And like with how strong my receivers are, I don't think I'm desperate for a 4th right here. So honestly, I don't do this a lot, but I think Cam Ward is the right pick. I usually don't invest this much this early into quarterback, but I think it works with this team. Also, we do have Tony Pollard, so we get a bit of a stack technically with Cam Ward. Let's do a little recap. We have a 3-4-4-2. I mean, it's about as balanced as it gets of a start. We have Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, Cam Ward at quarterback, running backs, Jeremiah Love, Tony Pollard, J.K. Dobbins, and Jordan Mason. Feels solid with the upside of Love too. Receivers, JSN, George Pickens, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Adams. Still only 4, but when Adams is my 4th and JSN is my 1st, pretty happy with that. And then Kyle Pitts, Goddard. I'm going to stop at 2 tight ends, especially when I have 3 quarterbacks. Yeah, I'm not taking a 3rd tight end. So only skill position players left for me. This could be the first year with no overlay on all of the main best ball contests. It definitely could. And the reason for that is probably them not doing the sprint and not doing the marathon this year. I think it's smart of them to do those in like mini contests, like the Frenchies that they've been doing. They had one with the marathon, one with the sprint. So people still like those contests and they can get them in there for like cheap price and not have it be like a season long thing that overlays. So I think that was pretty smart by Underdog. Running back, receiver. I need receiver first. Flournoy, Harris. I have Pickens. Do I want Ryan, Flournoy, and Pickens on the same team with Flournoy as my 5th? Why not? Dallas is a good offense. That's pretty much what we're saying. And maybe CeeDee Lamb is washed. It's kind of what we're saying with that pick. I want to still stay strong at receiver. I don't want to fall too far behind. Denver, of course, very sharp, takes Trey Harris from us. Didn't expect him to come back, though. Goombas has an absolutely fire BBN team with Baker and Hurts as his only quarterbacks that you drafted pre-schedule. Hope it can make it through with the matching bye. I mean, I think it can. Most fantasy or most pods that you draft in, they're not really going to come down to like 20 points or 10 points. Most of the time, it's a lot more than that. Sometimes it does, though. Like, hold on, let me make my pick here. Damn, a lot of tight ends still available. Receiver, running back. I'm taking Judy on this team. I think a receiver like Judy makes a lot of sense for this room. Now, I do have 3 week 11 buys at receiver and 2 week 14s, but it's a $4 draft. I'm gonna swing for the fences. And last year, when it comes to the quarterbacks with the same bye week, I did have a team with who was it? This might have been 2 years ago, actually. Might have been 2 years ago, but I had a team with Josh Allen, Josh Allen and Joe Burrow. I think this was 2 years ago. And I drafted a third quarterback in Gardner Minshew. I think it was when he was with the Raiders. And in round 18, it's like, you know what? My team is good. I guess I can afford to just try and cover the bye week. And he ended up getting 10 points for me. And I advanced my pod by 3 points. So I actually did need Gardner Minshew on that team to advance right there. But maybe if I took another skill position player, they would have helped with more than 10 points. Who knows? Also could have just taken a 0. So sometimes you do need a little help. Came out, drafted his first Elam last year, made it to week 6. Didn't seem that difficult. I mean, it's hard to say what's easy and hard. But the math, not in your favor. It's basically a coin flip. You definitely need luck in that tournament more than any other. Man, I don't know if I can draft another week 11 bye. I like Zachariah Branch. I do have Kyle Pitts as well in Atlanta, but I don't know if I can have 4 week 11 buys on this team. I'm gonna want 6 running backs too, and probably stop at 7 receivers. Zachariah Branch goes, don't need to think about him. I'm taking Dontavian Wicks. I know we have a lot of the same buys. We have 2 10s, 2 14s, 3 11s. Literally all our bye weeks are matching. But hey, our tight ends as well. Week 11, week 10, not great, but it's a $4 draft. It's the game we're playing. Okay, we're trying to win what 30K in this. Yeah, 30K up top in this Wawa. So we got to bring it. We got to bring it. Now I'm taking 2 more running backs. Gonna be taking some swings. Looks like I'm gonna have Baker unstacked, but I really don't care at all. And who do I want here, man? Emmett Johnson could be kind of fun. Mike Washington could be kind of fun. Fat Man Allen. I think on this team, with this first pick, I want someone who's going to give me some points. So let's make a bit of a boring pick and take Justice Hill. I know he's not exciting, but I think there's a like rookies and upside swings I can take with my round 18 click. So let me get a guy who I think is just going to give me some points as my 5th in Justice Hill. Because we're still betting big on the rookie Jeremiah Love. So I still want to possibly be able to get some more early season production from some of these veterans. Now, let's do a little recap of our team while we wait for our last running back pick. We have a 3-5-7-2. And I'm going to be taking one more running back for 6 with our last pick. We have Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, and Cam Ward at quarterback. Baker is naked, but we took him at 125 and almost got some stacks to fall to us. Not going to end up forcing it. Totally fine. Had the same bye week as Hurts. So we took Cam Ward at 149 as our third. Little weak correlation with Tony Pollard, but it's something. And then at running back, we have Jeremiah Love, Tony Pollard, J.K. Dobbins, Jordan Mason, and Justice Hill. So nice veterans where if Jeremiah Love starts off slow, they can really help pick up the slack. Receivers, we're going to be done with our 7. And I kind of like how it came together aside from the bye weeks with JSN, George Pickens, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Adams, Ryan Flournoy, Jerry Judy, and Dontavian Wicks. Pretty fun little balance of getting 4 really early and then 3 late. But the 3 late, I think, are all pretty good picks and complement the team well. Now, with our last pick, I mean, we're talking about him. So I'm taking Kalen Black. All right. He got brought up in the stream. We showed our exposure. We got 20%. And I think he's a fun round 18 click on this team specifically. Tight ends, we have Kyle Pitts and Dallas Goedert. So I feel really strong stopping at 2 right there as well. I'm happy with pulling up Kyle Pitts a few spots and really happy getting Dallas Goedert to fall back, because this is what I was debating and why I ultimately took Baker Mayfield. With this pick right here, I was either going to take Baker Mayfield or reach up for a tight end. And I probably would have reached up for Goddard, even though I knew there was a good chance of Goddard falling back, because with this pick at 140, if I didn't take Baker, I'd probably be looking at a quarterback. And Sam Darnold, I know he usually falls to 140, and I would stack him with JSN, but glad I took Baker because Darnold ends up going at 138 to a team unstacked, which I don't necessarily think is bad because there's a lot of stacks you can get later, although he didn't take any. So that's kind of interesting. Just got naked Sam Darnold. But hey, do you? He took Bryce Young too. Did he have any Panthers? No. Didn't have any Panthers. He took Trevor Lawrence, who he did stack with Brian Thomas and Parker Washington. So maybe that's enough. But hey, another fun draft. That's 3 in a row that we're doing. And what's up, John? How we doing? Are we doing another? Heck yeah, we're doing another, because we're having some fun drafting Wawas today, okay? So let's hop in again. I'll give you guys 5 seconds. Hopefully we can get more of you in here this time. And I'm going to join in 3 seconds. And we're in here. Waiting for 6, 5, 4. If y'all want in, good amount of spots. What pick are we going to get this time? We get pick 2. Okay, we're slowly getting closer to the 1. All right. I think we've gotten closer like almost every time. Well, we got 7. We went 7, 3, 5, 2. So pretty much just on this left side of the board for the most part today, which is kind of fun. Kind of fun. We got Nick Saucer in here. Tesla Shock, T Fall. How we doing? Saskia at 12. Big Bob in here. If you're in this draft, you know what to do. Let me know. We'll draft another Wawa together. And man, when we're drafting this good, we got to keep the momentum going, you know? So if you could, go down, do me a favor, hit that like button, subscribe if you are new. We're streaming every single day, doing all sorts of drafts. A lot of Chihuahuas today, but we do a lot of eliminators, do some best ball manias. We do big dog roulette every single draft. Now, do I want to get really weird and take Chase? I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted to take Jamar Chase. And because I thought about it, I'm going to trigger some of you guys. And I'm taking Chase at 2. Okay. We're going with our intuition right now. We're taking Chase at 2 over Bijan. I'm not afraid to do it. Mainly just because like I honestly don't want to be underweight on Chase. And I have 7% right now. Bijan, I have 7.5. So they're pretty much the same percentage now. And I know what you're thinking. Running backs, they just don't feel so good at this 2-3 turn. You know, you feel like you have to reach on guys. And but I'm saying I don't think receivers feel so good anymore at this 2-3 turn. So having an elite guy in Chase feels pretty nice too. And maybe we just take advantage of the 4-5 turn or some running backs. But I don't know, man. Might just get a little weird in here. And could do one more draft after this too. I think I might do 5 today. I kind of feel like doing like a 3-hour stream. I don't know. Are y'all down for that? Not sick of me yet, hopefully. But might do a fun little 3-hour stream today. Yeah, we got breaking best ball in here at pick 9. Starts with Jefferson. I don't really know how to feel about Jefferson and Lamb. Not my favorite clicks to make, either of them. But I do take them some because I feel like you have to. They can still just, you know, what they can do? They can break best ball. Maybe he's just ahead of the game. Takes Chase Brown with Justin Jefferson. Fun little start right there. And we see the 11 hole pull up Drake London with Ashton Jeanty. Very interesting. I don't hate it. Drake London is never falling there in the 3rd round, that's for sure. And yeah, fun way to get unique because so many running backs are just going to be paired with the running backs in the back half. And I think it's smart to pull up some of the receivers sometimes. You get a unique combination and you just get a different player combo. Now, with this pick, do we go Jeremiah Love for the 3rd draft in a row? Kind of tempted to, but I'm going to take Pickens first. I'm going to take Pickens. We'll see who comes back to us. If Jeremiah Love is there, might be fate that today is just Jeremiah Love day. And we're just drafting him in like every draft we can. But not today. Big Bob does not let that happen. So am I interested in pulling up another receiver? Or sorry, another running back? Do I want to take another receiver? I think I do. I'm going to take Smith. I know like pulling up Chase here to 2, we're not getting unique at all starting 3 receivers, but I think it's fun to do. I like starting 3 receivers because no one else does. Pretty rare you see people pissing in these streets. Yeah. M. Flurry, ML Fury. He not feeling the 3 wide receiver start. So it's fun being the only team starting this way. It just automatically makes it different, makes it unique. And who knows, dude? We've gotten pretty lucky with the running back injuries the last few years, but that hasn't really been the case throughout history. So maybe this is the year where running backs injuries catch up like early in the drafts, and having a strong receiver start and hitting on the right running backs late could just be the key this year. You never know. Something I try and do. I'm not afraid to push the running backs and test my luck because I think I do a good job at building a balanced running back room around the rest of my team and one that makes sense depending on the other players I draft and where I draft them. And if I need upside or stability, kind of just going with the flow there. Doesn't look like anything too crazy is happening in this draft. Seeing Josh Allen fall a ton now, it's going to be pretty soon where his ADP is just going to be in round 4, where I'm going to start taking him more there. I don't really take a lot of Josh Allen, but in round 4, much more willing. Although I do still really like the quarterbacks in round 6 a lot. But if he's going in this mid 4th, yeah, that's a pretty easy click. And I've seen him fall to like 46 before, man. And if that's just like how it is now, then all the teams that reached on him, like early round 3, trying to get unique, whatever, kind of just gets crushed. Now, Igbuka's also been steaming up. He's been going a lot higher and similar with Lad. And I have a bit of a hard time getting there on those guys. I have early best ball manias with Lad and Gibbs, but I got Lad at 48 or 47. I think my very first BBM, I got Lad at 47. Maybe I'll pull that up after my next 2 picks. Man, fuck, these receivers are still here. Oh, it's tough. Terry's really tough to pass up on, but do I want 2 running? No, I'm taking Terry. I don't think this guy takes a 3rd running back right here. I don't think he takes Monty. I'm gonna try and call his bluff, and I'm gonna get greedy. If I don't get Montgomery, I still get one of these other running backs. So I'm okay with that. Oh, Big Bob. Big Bob did it to me. Pause. Just don't take a 4th. I'll have Swift. Yeah, you can take Carnell. What? You took Carnell Tate above JMO and Adams? I don't know about that, my friend. I'll take Swift as my RB1. Would have preferred Montgomery a lot. Like, I like Montgomery much more than I like Swift. But I'll take Swift here. And I think it was worth trying to push for Terry because, man, Terry, he could just far exceed his ADP. Been getting reports of lining up all around the formation. David Blau early on was saying they want to get him 10 plus targets a game. He has absolutely no target competition. And even if they add someone, it's probably only going to help him. So full offseason, healthy, with no contract stuff going on either. I think Terry McLaurin could just completely boom. And maybe he should be getting drafted where Ladd McConkey went. And these two should flip ADPs. So I'm leaning heavy to receiver on this draft. And I'm comfortable with it. Hopefully we can land the plane. Now, dude, I've done 92 best ball manias. I'm sick. But let's look at my first one. I was eating pizza in New York when I drafted this. And yeah, look at this. So it wasn't with Gibbs. It was with Bijan. But I think I do have a team with Ladd and Gibbs as well. But like, you can't draft a team like this anymore. It's why I like drafting early. We got Baker, Daniel Jones, Tua. So not the strongest quarterbacks, but they are all stacked. They do work. Bijan at 2, Chase, Jeremiah Love, Tank Bigsby, Kalen Black. So thin last 2 running backs, but start off 3 strong. And then receivers, Ladd, Terry McLaurin, Alec Pierce, Parker Washington. Don't love the Pierce pick right now. Love the P-Wash pick. Jaden Reed, Higgins, Debo, and Ted Hurst. Yeah, wide receiver room crushes. And then Kyle Pitts, Dalton Kincaid, tight end room crushes. So, yeah, super fun first draft. Absolutely loved it. Yeah, the Ladd shares were great early on. I got it like a few times, and I was wondering, like, man, is this guy like, should he be falling like this? And man, there's a lot of quarterbacks here. I need running backs, but I don't know if I'm passing on these quarterbacks. And Joe Burrow, of course, gets sniped from us when I have Jamar Chase. But hey, thankfully, I have Terry McLaurin, so I can take Jane Daniels. Now, man, I am really tempted just to take my second quarterback here and be done at 2 and push running back even more. Will that kill my team? I'm willing to try. I mean, it's a $4 draft. Why not? Who am I taking instead? Tony Pollard, Chuba Hubbard, Ramondre. Let's take Jalen Hurts. Let's live a little bit. This is fun. We need running backs. We might even draft 8 running backs from this team. Who knows? Could be looking at like a 2-8-6-2, but most likely 7 running backs. But we have Jaden Daniels and Jalen Hurts stacked up with Devonta Smith and Terry McLaurin. So it feels pretty good. And yeah, I might stop at 6 receivers, depending on who my other ones are. Running backs, we have DeAndre Swift. Would have really preferred if that was David Montgomery. But still a fun way to try and build a team. And we landed the first 3 planes. I think we can confidently say that. So I feel pretty confident we can land this one too. We're trying some pretty extreme builds today, but y'all know I don't draft any 2 teams really the same. I like to mix it up. I like to try different things and just draft good players where they fall and take what the board gives me. When I'm doing hundreds and hundreds of drafts, I think that's the best way to do it. Don't get too stuck in your ways or anything like that. Just go with it, you know. And Trevor Lawrence, Dak Prescott off the board. Would love to see more quarterbacks. Honestly, what I was really hoping for with my last 2 picks was getting Burrow to stack with Chase and then Daniels with Terry. But this guy here, Big Bob, he took Caleb Williams unstacked. So chances are he would have taken Jaden Daniels unstacked too. So maybe it's better I get Jaden and Hurts. Maybe these 2 together have a higher weekly ceiling than Burrow and Daniels. Quite possible because Jalen Hurts, he runs the ball a lot too, gets tush pushes. He could get 3 rushing touchdowns in a game, which no other quarterback's really doing. Okay. Blake Corum, Rico Dowdle, Kyle Monangai, a bunch of running backs off the board. Receivers, Sutton and Reed have gone. I definitely need running back. So hopefully more don't keep getting taken. And would love to see more of these quarterbacks go because I'm definitely not taking any more quarterbacks. And I don't think I can afford receiver here. I don't know if I can afford tight end. Dobbins would definitely be my top pick right here. Dude, why do all the running backs I want the most have a week 10 bye week? That's so lame. Brock Purdy goes. Would it just be worth it to get the elite tight end? It might be. Because I don't really love fading multiple positions late in drafts. Like, I don't love fading running backs and tight ends. I would rather just be fading running backs and feel strong at tight end. Laporte is here. Who else would I take? Jonathan Brooks, Kenny Gainwell, Rashad White. I think the best value is at tight end. Kyle Pitts, Harold Fannin, too. Let's go with our Lion today. Let's go with Laporta. Honestly, as much as I love the Lions, I think Kyle Pitts might be a better pick in fantasy. I think he might be better this year. Unless Laporta can stay healthy for the whole year, which I really hope so. And he definitely could smash. I mean, he was a first-team All-Pro. Like, that's not easy, man. Laporta was an All-Pro. And he's still extremely young. So, yeah, I feel good about that. Now, with Laporta, I can stop at 2 tight ends if I want, which opens the door for 8 running backs if I need to go there. Ultimately, it just comes down to I don't want to fade multiple positions in the same draft. If I can, I want to be strong at 3 and get lucky at 1. or like feel pretty well rounded and have a little luck sprinkled in all around. You know what I mean? But I think the way we're constructing this, it does make sense to take Laporta instead of reaching on a Jonathan Brooks, Rashad White, or Kenny Gainwell. Kenny Gainwell, I like the most out of those guys too, but he also has a week 10 bye, the same as Swift and Dobbins. And I don't know if I want my top 3 running backs and my only 3 running backs to have all the same bye week. Yeah, Hartman, he put it simple. Laporta has literally been tight end 1 in fantasy. Like, he's fucking sick. And was that like as a rookie too? Was he the tight end 1 as a rookie? Like, he had one of the sickest rookie tight end years, man. He was so good. And I'm hoping he got some of those peptides, stem cells, blood transfusion, whatever the fuck these guys are getting nowadays to heal all their injuries so fast. I hope he got it. I hope it's good to him. Now, I'm not looking at quarterback, that's for sure. Tight ends, none of them are worth taking. Receiver, I can't afford it. I need 2 running backs right here, without a doubt. Now, theme of the day has been Jordan Mason. Let's just stick with it, play it simple, and I would really, really love JCM on the way back. Will we get him? Big Bob has 3 running backs already, so I don't know if he's going to be desperate for a JCM unless he just thinks he's the last guy in a tier. But as my 3rd running back, I think Stableman, Jordan Mason makes more sense. Big Bob goes ahead and takes Kelsey and Casey Concepcion. So we'll take our 2 running backs here with DeAndre Swift, J.K. Dobbins, adding Jordan Mason and JCM, trying to land this plane at running back. I feel really strong everywhere else. We'll do a little recap. We're in a Chihuahua. We have Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts at quarterback, running backs, DeAndre Swift, J.K. Dobbins, Jordan Mason, Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt, a lot of J names. Y'all know what they say about J names. Receivers, Jamar Chase, George Pickens, Devonta Smith, Terry McLaurin, and yes, I did take Jamar Chase at 2. I'm not afraid. Sam Laporta holding it down at tight end. Makes me feel pretty strong all around, and I think we've caught up pretty well at running back too. But as a rookie, Laporta got edged by Kittle in points per game, but number 1 overall. Yeah, dude, he's so good at football. And Laporta's a really good blocker too. Laporta and Kittle also work out together in the offseason. They both went to Iowa. Iowa tight ends, they are a different breed. So I'm loving it. And man, y'all have heard me mention a few times now, we got a big guest coming on tomorrow, Zane Denani at 3 p.m. Pacific, same time we started the stream today. We're really, really excited for having him on the podcast. And then Wednesday, I'm pretty sure we got our boy Kurt Rambis coming back. Y'all love Kurt Rambis. I love Kurt Rambis. We draft some great eliminators together. Probably going to rip some more. And yeah, I think we're going to be drafting together Wednesday. Got to figure out the time. And then Thursday, Friday, might have some more guests too. It might just be a week of guests after today. Reaching out to some people, trying to arrange some things, but might also do the stream where I have my friend in real life come join me for a stream, and he doesn't do best ball. He's really into fantasy football and loves football, the NFL, fantasy, all that, redraft, but has never actually done best ball. He doesn't watch any streams or consume any content about best ball either, and only knows like the things that I've talked to him about. So has a very general understanding. So I think it would be really fun to have him on stream, like in real life too, sitting next to each other and do a draft where I pretty much teach him how to play best ball, how to draft a team, and then after have him draft a team. Maybe give like a little bit of insight, but have him make the picks. And then from a viewer's perspective, I think it would be really interesting to see someone who like is really into fantasy and football, but is a very casual when it comes to best ball, and maybe give you a little insight on what it will be like in August when you get more people like that joining best ball drafts. Because the people joining best ball drafts, they know best ball or they know football, right? But best ball is a very different structure and a very different way of playing fantasy football. So I think it would be really fun to see. And I think I'm just going to lock up my second tight end now, too. We're betting big on Washington. Do I want to take Strange instead? Or do I want to go Omega Washington? Let's go Strange today. You know what? Let's go Strange. I have a lot of Chig. He's my highest drafted tight end. I think he's a great pick. I think he's a better pick than Brent Strange. But when I'm looking at my team, I do also have Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt and Terry McLaurin. So I'm very invested in Washington. And also, Brenton Strange, they play Washington week 17. So I get a little week 17 correlation there too. And having Washington players at receiver, quarterback, and running back, maybe that's what I need there. And then maybe I need Brenton Strange as tight end, not Chig. That's the story I'm telling myself with that pick. And also, it lets me stop at 2 tight ends. On this team specifically, I'm going to be done with Laporta and Strange. And I think I might actually go 8 running backs. Because when I have Chase, Pickens, Devonta Smith, Terry McLaurin, and Jalen McMillan as my 5 receivers, depending on who I get as number 6, I might be able to just stop there and really lean into my top 4. We'll see how the draft goes. Having Swift, Dobbins, Mason, JCM, I can definitely stop at 7 too. So might be looking at a 2.772, a 2.682, or like a 2.763. But I really don't think I'm going to take a third tight end. Definitely not taking a third quarterback. But man, these are some fun teams we're drafting tonight. I think we're landing these planes. And you know what that deserves, man? That deserves to do me a favor. Go down, hit that like button, subscribe if you're new. Really appreciate it, man. We're streaming every single day and having a great time doing it. Now, with this next pick, I think I need one of these running backs. Maybe even 2 of them. Isaac Tesla might be the only receiver I consider. But I don't think... Okay, he gets taken anyways. Don't even have to consider it. Tyler Algier would be fun to take just because the last 3 drafts I did, I think, I took Jeremiah Love. Oh, okay. Well, ruin my fun now. Why don't you? Just take him right in front of me. Freaking shaky putting. All right, let's go Brian Robinson. I passed on Bijan. So maybe he tears his ACL and Brian Robinson is who you need. That's the story I'm telling myself. Although I really don't want that to happen to Bijan. Please don't. All right, Dylan Sampson, we're coming back and picking you. Is there anyone else I would possibly consider? I think he's just going to get me the most points probably. So let's do that. Couple week 11 bye weeks. Who cares? Hartman thinks a 2.763 would be fun just for uniqueness. Wouldn't be the first time I've drafted a team like that. Would it be the first time? And when I have Laporta and Strange, I definitely could afford a third tight end, especially because both of these guys got banged up last year. It kind of just depends who I get for wide receiver 6. But looking at this team, I don't think I need 8 running backs. I think 7 is perfectly fine. And the question becomes, do I want a 7th receiver or a 3rd tight end? And I think it's just whatever the value gives me, because honestly, looking at the receivers, none of them are that enticing right now that are left. But we will see. I mean, if someone like AJ Barner comes back to me, I can't pass up on him. Zachariah Branch goes, he would have been a really fun pick. AJ Barner off the board. Jeremy Bernard goes too. So what do I want to see? I want receivers to come back to me. So please stop pissing in this draft. And I would appreciate that very much. Now, yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking how it's coming together. It feels pretty good. Wicks is off the board. I was thinking Wicks could be a fun pick as another stack with Hurts, but also if I went with Dontavian Wicks when I already have Devonta Smith, then I would definitely be drafting 7 receivers. And looking at the tight ends, Terrence Ferguson, Pat Freiermuth are still here. Eli Stowers would be a stack with Hurts, but y'all heard me say I'm not drafting Eli Stowers. So I think I'm just leaning towards 2 receivers and 1 running back. I still need 1 more running back. Can't forget about that. Alvin Kamara just goes, he would have been a pretty fun pick for this team. And I mean, similar to the last draft, I'm kind of looking at these 2 guys, Ray Davis, Jaden Blue. Who would make more sense? I don't know. Do we have Pickens? Yeah, we have Pickens. So, okay, I was going to say I would take Jaden Blue because I have Pickens. Get a little Dallas correlation. But, oh, I didn't mean to unstar Ray Davis. I meant to draft him. Let's take Ray Davis as our 7th. Sure. Now, do I take Terrence Ferguson or do I take 2 receivers? The picks are all pretty gross down here. Let's live a little, dude. Let's live a little. Let's listen to Hartman on this one. 2763 would be fun just for the uniqueness. Let's try it out, dude. I don't know. Looking at all these receivers, one of the 2 I'm gonna draft is probably gonna be a 0. I don't think Terrence Ferguson's a 0. So let's just hope we take the pick that isn't a 0 and then gets Ferguson as well. And when I invest so much into my receivers early, Jamar Chase, George Pickens, Devonta Smith, Terry McLaurin, and Devonta Smith and Terry McLaurin are the 2 receivers that I have stacked with my quarterbacks, I'm making a massive bet on these top 4. Jalen McMillan, saying maybe he breaks out and has a good role, which he's been getting great buzz too. So I like Jalen McMillan. Now, looking at one more receiver, I'm going to keep bye weeks in mind. Y'all have seen me click Pat Bryant a little bit more recently, but he has a week 10 bye. I already have 2 week 10 buys. I don't know if I'm interested in that. I think there's 2 players I would kind of consider. We'll see who comes to me. And hey, dude, these drafts feel like they're going fast, man. These drafts feel like they're just flowing today. So we're still going to hop in another one after. We'll do 5 drafts today. We'll do 5 drafts. Why not? We're having a great time. Monday, might as well go for a long time. And man, respect to Hartman, dude. Hartman's been crushing the long live streams. If y'all don't know Hartman, if y'all ain't subscribed to Hartman Fantasy Football, definitely check him out, man. super supportive, always in the streets. We need to link up sometime too for sure. But he crushes the long live streams as well. Now, seeing some more receivers off the board. There's two guys I think I would consider, and maybe three actually. Yeah, I think there's three guys I would consider. There's a couple guys in this room in the stream that are drafting before me, so I'm not gonna queue them up quite yet. Why not? Jalen Knoll, Kayshawn Boutte, or Keenan Allen. Who makes sense as my sixth? Kayshawn Boutte is probably the most likely to not be a 0. So I'm going to take him. I'm going to take the booty. Yeah, for sure, man. I would invite you on right now, but I feel like I want to stream longer with you than just one draft. So I think we should just save it for another time. We'll definitely be in touch. Now, let's recap this draft, and then we'll hop in one final one. It's a fun team. I kind of like how it came together, and I think it works with the players that we got. We have a 2-7-6-3, not a very common build, but quarterbacks Jayden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, absolutely crushing at quarterback. Daniels, we have stacked up with JCM and Terry McLaurin. Considered Chig, but we passed up on Chig for Brenton Strange so we could get the week 17 correlation and not Omega stack Daniels. I like that decision. Jalen Hurts, we have stacked up with Devonta Smith. Running backs, we got 7. We didn't take our first until DeAndre Swift round 5. And then we came back with J.K. Dobbins, Jordan Mason, JCM, Brian Robinson, Dylan Sampson, Ray Davis. So this team definitely needs some injuries to help it out. We do have some good floor, though, with Mason, Dobbins, and Swift. So we have some points from week 1. And if things break the right way, can be a really strong running back room. Also, worth noting, we passed on Bijan for Jamar Chase, and we end up taking Brian Robinson. So maybe our intuition is right. And in this simulation, this universe that this draft exists in, Bijan isn't fully healthy all year, and Brian Robinson is a league winner. If that happens, we're a genius. We have Jamar Chase, George Pickens, Devonta Smith, Terry McLaurin, Jalen McMillions, and Kayshawn Boutte at receiver. Feels a little thin having McMillan and Boutte as my last two, but when I invest my first 4 picks into receiver, I'm expecting these guys to hit my lineup 90% of the time. And also, when my last 2 receivers in Smith and McLaurin are the ones stacked, not my first 2, I'm expecting them to be even stronger picks. And Kayshawn Boutte, man, when these contests first opened in January, he was going around pick 100. He is still, as of right now, a starting wide receiver for New England. Has rumors that he could get traded to, maybe even the Commanders, maybe even to the Eagles. Although if he was going to get traded to the Eagles, it probably would have been involved with AJ Brown. So unlikely, but hey, anything can happen. He just has the most outs to not being a 0 and to going up in price. So I think it makes sense as my 6th. And then tight ends, we have Laporta, Brenton Strange, Terrence Ferguson. I would be happy with just Laporta and Strange, but T. Ferg is right there. Y'all have seen me draft him on every team I've done today. And the upside at tight end, I'm probably going to get more out of Terrence Ferguson than I would out of a random 7th receiver. So let's just be a little thin. Let's play it like that a bit. I think it came together pretty well. Yo, how we doing, OG Mans? Welcome. Welcome to the stream, OG. Happy Monday to you. And hey, OG, if you wanted to hop in a draft, we're going to hop in draft number 5. But first, Big Dog Roulette. Nope, not today. Waiting for 10. We got close yesterday, all right? We got close. So let's hop in a Wawa. If you want to join, we're hopping in 5 seconds after I take a sip of my coffee. All right, let's get in it. Waiting for 2 only, so it's going to feel pretty quick. And man, I could probably hold my bladder until the end of this stream, but I don't know if I want to do that. So I'm going to go use the washroom, and I'm going to play this intro song as we go. And hey, I'm picking at the end of the draft too, so I got some time. All right, I'll be back in a moment. And don't you go anywhere, okay? We've been drafting this long. Stay tuned to the end, man. This could be the best draft yet.
Get ready! It's time for Jerry Football! Let's go! You don't want to miss out! Come on and
All right, we're back. All right, 3 of you motherfuckers left. 3 of you people left while I was gone. The other 35 of you, y'all are real ones. Okay. I know I take a minute, but hey, I wash my hands. Okay. Even though I'm trying to rush for you guys, I'm still gonna wash my hands. I'm no sicko. Yo, Diana Rossini. Dude, we have Diana Rossini in this draft. No way. That's hilarious. Dude, this is how you know this is a really, really new drafter. If your name is Diana Rossini, you just made an underdog account this year. 1,000%, right? All right, we're on the clock. We got pick 12 in this draft. I don't get a lot of Justin Jefferson. Let's take him here. Do I want to get weird? I think I'm just going to take the top of ADP. Let's be a little boring. Do I want Saquon or do I want to have some fun? No, let's take Saquon. We'll take JJ. We'll take Saquon. They're just 2 of the best players in the league. And sometimes it's just that simple. What's up, Omega? How we doing? Vibing out here as always, man. Happy Monday. Making the Mondays great. Maybe they were just a fan of her reporting work. I mean, she is a great reporter, right? Like, very, very trustworthy, very honest, has great morals. Yeah, why would you not want to be like Diana Rossini? I couldn't think of anything. Or Diana's the second account. Maybe, man. Maybe. You know, she left her reporting job. Maybe she has to report or resort to drafting best ball teams using her inside information. So maybe we should really pay attention to who Diana Rossini is drafting because we might just get some inside scoops. She starts off Christian McCaffrey and Derrick Henry. So likes the old heads. Likes, yeah. Little Christian McCaffrey, little Derrick Henry, former Tennessee Titan Derrick Henry, who was coached by Mike Vrabel. Maybe a little conflict of interest right there. Who knows? We see Devonta Smith go off pick 23. Don't see that too often. And then Brees Hall, 24. Trey McBride, 25. So interesting to see Nico and Pickens fall. Don't see that too often. And Rashee Rice goes too. Wow. Nico and Pickens still on the board. Lol Samo, one of the people that got in here and gets blessed with a Chase Bowers Nico start. My goodness, that's a beautiful start. And then a breaking best ball here, T-Fall. Puka, London, Pickens also crushing. 2-0 RB starts. Going to be interesting to see how they land the plane. But hey, y'all heard me say I took Pickens at 20 earlier because he's not getting paired up with JSN too much. And then I got Jeremiah Love to fall to me in the third. This guy almost got JSN, Love, and Pickens. Almost the opposite right there. Yeah, could be Ramvis's burner account. Maybe. She was just seen on a cruise with her husband. That dude wants to win Time Magazine Cuck of the Year. Respectfully. Hey, as long as you put the respectfully in there. I mean, I'd do it. Now back to best ball. Travis Etienne, he's been falling quite a bit. I'd probably just take him at 36 because that's just a unique team. Malik Neighbors, I'm kind of considering too. Just take the two guys at the top of ADP. This is a time box contest. So if Malik Neighbors falls even more, it's not going to affect this at all. Let's just be boring, man. I've just taken the top of ADP for this draft so far. Sometimes it's just that simple. You just take the top of ADP. I mean, why not? Just be Eskimo Bros with Mike Vrabel. Who wouldn't want to be Eskimo Bros with Mike Vrabel? Luther Burden off the board at 41. Man, Luther Burden's a guy who sometimes I see him even go in the third round. Sometimes I see him fall to the 4-5 turn. He is all over the place with where he's been getting drafted. And to me, feels a little expensive where his ADP is. Y'all have seen me pass on him a few times today. And yeah, not quite my favorite pick. There's a lot of other receivers I like more. I like Terry McLaurin more. I don't know about Mike Evans. Might take Burden over Mike Evans. But Terry McLaurin, I do like some Mike Evans more. David Montgomery, Cam Scatabo, Jalen Waddle, all off the board. Yeah, I love me some David Montgomery. Y'all saw I took a share of Scatabo earlier. If y'all didn't see that, I did take a share. It was literally my third share of Cam Scatabo in 300 drafts. 300 drafts, I have 3 Cam Scatabo shares. But hey, now I'm at 1%, okay? I am a 1%er, as they say. Colson Lovin pick 50. That feels great. And Lawson was drafting a fun one, man. Scatabo and Swift as your 2 first running backs after starting Chase, Bowers, Nico. Coming together really well. And T-Fall, both of them started 0 running back. And then take 2 running backs in round 4 and 5. I like it for him. T-Fall, that's a start I've done before too. When I start 3 receivers, getting David Montgomery round 4 and then just an upside young running back in the 5th round feels phenomenal. Gets Travion Henderson. I think in one of my $100 drafts, I have a very similar start. Maybe I'll pull that up after this. Now, what do I want to do here? Let's have some fun. I don't even know if I've done this before yet, but let's take both Jacksonville receivers. Let's take Brian Thomas and Parker Washington on the same team. Y'all have seen me reach for Parker Washington a ton up here at the turn, one of my highest drafted receivers, but I actually don't know if I've personally taken Brian Thomas and P. Wash on the same team before. So let's try it out here. We have Saquon and ETN holding it down. And that's the first two picks that we've made not at the top of ADP. So pretty fun. We see Lamar Jackson and Drake May both off the board to the two teams in front of us as well. That's interesting. But let me take a look at this 101 Dalmatian. This one, I started 3 straight receivers. Puka, London, Higgins. Pulled up T. Higgins for my 3rd overall pick because looking at this board, considered Zay Flowers, but when I take Zay Flowers, I really want Lamar. And when I start 3 wide receivers, I typically don't want to take Lamar because I want 2 running backs here, at least in this $100 draft. That's what I was thinking. So I pulled up Higgins instead, thinking I'm going to get Burrow round 6, which I did. That worked out. But my running back room, I ended up with Dave Montgomery, Travion Henderson, Kenny Gainwell, Aaron Jones, Tajay Spears, Brian Robinson, Dylan Sampson. I got 7. Feels pretty solid. Burrow shock at quarterback. Puka, London, Higgins, Josh Downs, Jalen McMillan, a couple upside guys. And honestly, I wish I took 2 different players for my last 2 receivers. Washington was a bit of a panic pick. And then Knowles kind of just like a why not. Tyler Warren, Chigakonkwo. Love having those 2 tight ends though. Tyler Warren fell to us in round 7. And then Chig as my 2nd makes me really comfortable stopping right there. So pretty fun 101 Dalmatian right there. I wish my last 2 receivers were a little different, but at the same time, that room was really sharp. There were a lot of guys I was looking at that just got taken at receiver way earlier than they normally do. I think Davis Maddock and BBG were doing a stream together for that draft. Shady Advice was in there. Bunch of heavy hitters in that draft. And it showed, man, it was a tough room. But I think we came out with a pretty decent team. I mean, elite tight end, elite quarterback, elite receiver, and then really steady running backs. For a 4 out of 12 advance, too, I think it works. And gonna play those 101 Dalmatians a lot safer than I do these Chihuahuas. I'm willing just to, swing for the fences on these Chihuahua teams. Trevor Lawrence, I'm definitely interested in taking when I take Brian Thomas and Parker Washington. I think I kind of have to take them together. And DK Metcalf is falling all the way to 84 as well. I don't think I'm passing on DK. It's just too good of a value. It's unique. Let's take DK. Let's take Trevor. And we have a 1-2-5-0. Trevor Lawrence stacked with Brian Thomas and Parker Washington. Yo, I don't know if anyone in here remembers this, but I did a stream. I think it was pre-draft. It was months ago where we did like 3 or 4 drafts late at night, and 3 or 4 times in a row, someone took Brian Thomas and Parker Washington, and literally every time they got sniped on Trevor Lawrence. I don't know if anyone in here remembers that draft. If you do, let me know. But that stream was hilarious, dude. That was so funny, man. And thankfully that didn't happen to us today. We got Brian Thomas and Parker Washington together. Feeling really good about that. And a nice fall in DK Metcalf, too. So my receiver room helping out, making up for Malik Neighbors, possibly missing time. Jefferson, Neighbors, Brian Thomas, Parker Washington, DK Metcalf. I like it. It's a little risky, but y'all know that's how I like to play this game. We like to play it a little risky and hope that we have luck on our side a little bit as well. And this is our 5th draft, man. Like, here's the thing, dude. I've genuinely liked every team we've drafted today. And it's kind of hard for me to stop streaming when I'm just on a heater. You know what I mean? Like the title is not clickbait. These draft rooms are getting soft and we're taking advantage. So you know what, man? We're at 37 likes. We have 44 people watching. If we can get to 44 likes, we'll do another draft. If we can get to 44, see if y'all want that extra draft. OG has a question. Which of your player fades worries you the most? I mean, probably Cam Scatterbo. Cam Scatterbo, maybe the most expensive player that I've been fading. So I think that fade does worry me the most. I took him a little earlier for the 3rd time post draft today. I took him. It did. I'll be honest. It did not feel great. And sometimes you got to trust that intuition with how you actually feel when you take a player. So I still don't love Scatterbo, but he's one that could just crush this year and be a great pick. I'm just not convinced he's going to be healthy all year. So that's it, man. And Hartman remembers. Let's go. Hartman remembers the stream where Parker Washington and Brian Thomas were getting sniped on Trevor Lawrence. And yeah, the guys doing it were in the chat too, which was it was funny, man. That was a very, very comical stream. Hey man, we're at 43 likes. Damn, looks like we're probably gonna do another draft if we get one more like. Now, dude, do I go triple Jacksonville with Trevor? Am I getting that crazy? I think I'm taking Kyler with JJ. I have to. Like, dude, I'm kind of considering it, like one draft ever, but it's just so expensive. I don't think it makes sense. There's no running backs worth taking. I don't really like Kittle. So I'm either taking like Golden, Wandale. I mean, I like Wandale. Dude, let's be really weird. Why not? Let's be really weird. This is our 5th draft. It's only $4. We're allowed to get really weird. I have certainly never taken Brian Thomas, Parker Washington, and Jacoby Myers on the same team before. But let's try and land this plane. At least I know I can stop at 2 quarterbacks. But one of these receivers has to be decent, right? There's a world where they're all just overrated and bad picks. And if Trevor gets hurt, then this team's just dead immediately. But we're reading OG's mind here. Scat was the player that made me think of that question. I only have 5%, so my diaper is a little saggy too. Yeah, you have more than me. I have 1% now. I have 1% Cam Scatterbo. All right. Like, I don't know if I want 1%, but I have a lot of Tyrone Tracy. So if I'm right on Scat, then I'll probably be right on Tracy. Because honestly, dude, the vibes around the Giants just do not feel that great in general. Malik Neighbors being injured doesn't feel so good. Their defense is pretty good. Harbaugh coming over is nice, but their whole offense could just be really overrated. I don't think their offensive line is still very strong. So, dude, just I don't know. I'm not super in on the Giants. Let's check my Giants exposure. I'm curious to see. I really like on Underdog that you can search it up by team just to see all your team exposure. And yeah, like I was saying, big on Tyrone Tracy because I have not been big on Scat. I have 20% Tyrone Tracy, 6% Neighbors now, 4.5 Dart, 4.5 Theo Johnson, 4% Malachi Fields, 4% Mooney, 2.6% Isaiah Likely. This is one that could also bite me a bit. Likely could just smash and truly break out this year. The problem is the tight ends going around him, I just like more. And we're in that range right now. So it's perfect. Like Kelsey, I like more. I like Kincaid more. I like Ferg more. I like Goddard more. The real problem is I like Goddard more than Likely. Although maybe this is just a team we end up taking Isaiah Likely on because we're talking about him. I would do it. First down fantasy, I think Scat and Tracy are both kind of a play because Harbaugh likes to run a lot. Yeah, I don't think Tracy's dead. And honestly, I probably need Tracy on this team. I still only have 2 running backs. Okay. Here's the problem, though. I don't want Tracy, Likely, and Neighbors. I don't want 3 Giants. So I think I'm just going to take Tracy and Goddard. I could take the missile and try and push tight end more. But tight ends haven't really been falling to like the mid 150s, 160s that I really like much anymore. Like I miss the days when Chig was just free at this turn. I have so much Chig Okonkwo in like the 160s. It's insane. I was taking him so much. And now the tight ends there have just kind of steamed up a little bit. So Goddard just feels like a no-brainer. And if I didn't take Tyrone Tracy, if I took another running back instead of Tracy, I probably would have taken Likely. But I don't want 3 Giants without Jackson Dart. If I got Dart instead of Murray, I probably would say, fuck it. Let's take Isaiah Likely, go super Omega stack on Jacksonville and the Giants. But didn't happen today. And I could have double tapped tight end maybe, but I also want a 3rd running back before I get a 2nd tight end. You might have more Tracy's than all other Giants combined. Dude, I actually might. That's funny. Let's do the math. I'm kind of curious. Let's actually see. It might be close. All right, 6, 10.5, 15, 19. So almost 19, 23, 25.5, 24.5, 25. Pretty close, actually. We have 25% every other Giant and 20% Tyrone Tracy. At one point, though, my Tyrone Tracy exposure was over 25%. Might have been close to 30. So at one point, I probably did have more Tracy than all others combined, which is actually pretty funny to point out. Could also realistically take both guys. Yeah, you never know. OG has plenty Tracy. And Breaking Basketball, shit ton of Chig pre-draft, most in the 200s. Yeah, that's going to age really well. I had some Chig in like round 20, round 19, but the problem is like I liked so many tight ends that went late that I usually had my 3rd or 4th before then, and I didn't need a tight end when Chig was still available because he went undrafted in a ton of contests before he signed. But I still ended up with a lot of Chig. I was chasing him up the draft board because I still thought he was just a good pick, and I'm happy with that. Now we're a few picks away right here. I don't think I can afford another receiver. Man, 3 Jacksonville receivers It's interesting. I wouldn't really recommend it. If this wasn't a $4 draft, I wouldn't do it, but I'm willing to try it here. All right, Spears goes. I'm taking a tight end. I'm taking Juwan. And then I think I need another. Do I need Juwan? Or do I want a receiver first? No, I don't want Juwan. I want Debo. Debo helps this team more than Juwan Johnson does. Because I can still get 2 tight ends with my next 2 picks. And then I can get 2 running backs with my last 2 picks. Getting Debo, I am very confident stopping at 7 receivers now. And I think he can help make up for my triple Jags. But hey, sometimes you got to try it, okay? Sometimes you got to try it. Swing for the fences, all right? Likely's going to finish as the number 2 with Colston. Number 1. Oh, Harry Ham is... Hey, he's got some takes, and they are hot. If Isaiah Likely finishes as a number 2 tight end overall, he is the best pick in best ball right now. Colston Loveland, I think, does have a realistic shot at number 1, though. Because if you just think about the offense they play on, Brock Bowers on the Raiders, Trey McBride on the Cardinals, those 2 teams suck. And would it shock anyone, literally, if the Chicago Bears score more touchdowns than the Cardinals and Raiders combined? I don't know. Like, probably unlikely, but the fact that it's even a possibility, I think, says some things. Now, Bowers and McBride are the focal point of both of their offenses. And interestingly, both those teams were the ones that took the running back really early in the first round of the draft. So it's kind of interesting. A little interesting right there. Don't love seeing the running backs go now because I still need more. But I think I'd probably be taking 2 tight ends with my next 2 picks. Because tight ends in rounds 17 and 18 now don't feel so good. Like, you're not really getting too many guys to follow you around 17, 18 that are nice. You usually end up in like the Eli Stowers, Mike Gesicki, David Njoku, which doesn't feel so great. I'm definitely done at 2 quarterbacks with Trevor and Kyler, especially with how invested I am in Jacksonville. And then I took Justin Jefferson with my first overall pick. So getting Kyler just makes sense. And man, Trey Harris is still here. Please take Trey Harris, someone, so I don't feel bad about taking Debo where I did. I would really appreciate that. Jerry Jeudy still here is interesting as well. He goes off the board, but man, Trey Harris, I can't afford to take him. Damn it, dude. All right. I think I made a mistake. But I'm still taking 2 tight ends here. I think Gunnar Helm and Terrence Ferguson, getting the young guys, is the most exciting. Is there any world where I can take Trey Harris? The value is just so good. But I don't think I can afford it. I need 6 running backs more than I need 8 receivers. Because I still have to think, I have Malik Neighbors, and we're betting on Malik Neighbors coming back at some point early, healthy, and being a big contributor. So I gotta be a little disciplined right there. Gotta be a little disciplined and take the L. What's my Michael Wilson percentage? Not high. I'll tell you that. It is not high. 3.6%. Honestly, more than I even expected. I have 2 shares of Emmanuel Wilson, and both are in BBM. Don't necessarily love that. Got a lot of Garrett Wilson, though. Quite like Garrett Wilson. Took him on one of my 101 Dalmatian teams as well. Quite like how that turned out. What's up, Hallie? How we doing? Great to see you in here. Got Dulcich at pick 200 earlier today. His ADP has been quickly rising. Don't like taking him in unless it's a late round. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't have a lot of Dulcich. He was not a tight end I was drafting much early on. And I also don't really want to chase him up the board either. Yeah, 2%, not a lot. Could take an L right there, but chasing Dulcich up the board, it doesn't feel so great. Does not excite me, I'll be honest. So when he falls on teams that make sense, I'll mix him in, but I'm probably just going to end up pretty below on Dulcich. And hey, our buddy Chad Candles, not going to be happy about that. I was talking with Chad, though, trying to get Chad on the stream and just have like the nicest best ball stream of all time. Yeah, that's a good point. If you take Malik Willis, he's definitely a good stack with Malik Willis. But my problem is I don't take a lot of Malik Willis. Not my favorite quarterback pick. I'm pretty low on the Dolphins in general. And I would prefer if he proves it before I draft him that high. And man, we got 50 people in here watching live. My goodness. We got 50 people in here. Respect to you. Appreciate all of you being in here, rocking with me this afternoon. And hey, I'm going to be streaming around this time every day this week. Going to try and be consistent. 3 p.m. is what I'm going to aim for right after work. So tune in. We got a really special one tomorrow too. We got Zane Danani coming on the show, and we're going to be drafting a BBM together. Zane, hey, if you have Twitter and you follow football, you probably already follow Zane. If you don't, you should. But what people really need to do is check out this man's YouTube. He's been posting videos recently, absolutely crushing it, and he's starting to do some drafts too. So please go check out his YouTube. I'm going to link it again after this because, yeah, he deserves a lot more subscribers than he currently has, and he's going to blow up, man. I'm telling you. Zane is the truth. And what's up, Christos? How we doing? Still drafting? We're always still drafting, man. We're always still drafting, crushing it. We are 3 hours in to this live stream. And we're taking 2 running backs with our last 2 picks for sure. Emmett Johnson, Ray Davis, top of ADP. I'm kind of tempted just to take both of them. I don't really take much Emmett. Let's take Ray Davis first. Considering Justice Hill, considering Kalen Black, I'm going to take the guy I like more. I'm going to take Kalen. Fuck it. This is my guy time. All right. This is the time for my guys. We are 3 hours in, and I just took my first share of Kalen Black. So we got to mix him in. Hey, we got Zane to 111 subscribers. He's at 111 right now. Beautiful number. So I'm linking his YouTube again. It is at the cut up. And please check this man out. Hartman knows he has been killing it. Covering beat reporters. He's been talking some film too. And no one is more tapped in than him. So excited to have him on tomorrow. Hallie's fading Willis as well. If Willis proves it, then he's going around 4 or 5. Very true. The problem is the Dolphins just suck. That's what I'm a little afraid about. Maybe I'm going to ask Zane about the Dolphins tomorrow. Hear what he has to say. Fair amount of Willis and Superflex. That's where your Dulcich exposure's at. Superflex makes sense. That's definitely good. And hey, we got OG to sub to Zane. Let's go. Love to see it, man. I'm telling you, after tomorrow's stream, all y'all are going to be wanting to sub anyways. What's up, Anthony? How we doing? Now, we just finished drafting this team. Y'all hit our like goal. I think we just hit 50 likes as well. So that's awesome. Thank you all. We're going to definitely be hopping in another, so don't go anywhere yet. And yeah, we just hit 50, man. Thank you all for that. Appreciate it big time. Out here drafting shippers on a Monday afternoon. I was supposed to have some plans tonight, but they fell through. So you know what that means? We're streaming extra long. Let's go. Pipple is almost filled. I'm already maxed the Pipple, but thankfully it's almost filled. Now let's recap this team, and we'll hop in one more draft. At quarterback, we have Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray. Running backs, Saquon Etienne, Tyron Tracy, Tyler Algier, Ray Davis, Kalen Black. Definitely thin, but leaning into the two that we have. And it's a unique pairing, Saquon and Etienne too, with where their ADPs are. Receivers, man, we went heavy on Jacksonville. Okay. This is not something I've ever done before. Not something I would necessarily recommend. But we got Justin Jefferson, Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas, Parker Washington, DK Metcalf, Jacoby Myers, and Deebo Samuel. Yeah, stopping at 7 was definitely the move. And it's interesting. Fun team to have in my portfolio. And for a $4 draft, why not? Tight ends, Dallas Goedert, Terrence Ferguson, Gunnar Helm. That's a fun tight end room. Lots of upside there. So let's hop in another one, man. We've done 5 already today. OG has maxed it, but I don't think I'm going to end up maxing this. I mean, I have 15 left. I don't know if I'm going to do 15 fast drafts. Maybe I do enter a couple slows, but I don't know. I don't feel the actual need to max all of them. But I'm going to enter this in 5 seconds. If you want to join, we're going to be entering it right now. Oh, we were 12 out of 12. And we got Kurt Rambis in the chat. Ards Jiri beat Belgium. Bro, we're crushing Belgium. What you talking about? Doesn't US play Belgium tonight? Or have they already played? I don't know, man. I've been live for 3 hours already. Oh, it's 2-1 at halftime. Belgium up 2-1 over the States. I'm assuming the winner of this game plays Norway? Yeah, on right now. Interesting. We got Hallie in here at 6. Are you my draft buddy, Hallie? You are. I'm in here at 7. We got Cats in here as well. Seen Cats in the drafts too. And hey, we love Cats around here. So hey, Cats, if you're in the chat, say what's up, because y'all see in the corner we got Momo chilling up here. We love our cats around here, man. We love our cats. Had some fun cat action going on earlier in the stream as well. And we got Hartman in here too at pick 3. So happy I got in the draft with some of you when I was 12 out of 12. And maybe there's an overflow going on as well. Hey, what's up? We got Striker in here who is Cats. Hey, appreciate you saying what's up. Happy to have you joining the draft and happy to have you in the chat as well. Welcome, welcome. And look at this name, Hulk Smash Potatoes. If Hulk Smash Potatoes is somehow in here, you gotta hop in the chat, man. USA feeling how it plays, how it feels to play a real team. I know nothing about soccer, dude, other than Erling Haaland, because everyone just tells me I look like him. So I know him. All right. We said if we are pick 7 or later, we're going to get weird. And I'm a man of my word. So James Cook, I said I was going to pull him up. Let's do it. It's a little tough to take him over McCaffrey and over St. Brown because I really like the upside of McCaffrey and St. Brown. But hey, if y'all weren't here earlier, I was saying if I get like pick 5, 6, 7, I'll get weird and I'll pull up James Cook. So let's try it out in this draft and see if it works. First Down Fantasy says all his Wawas are done because all I do at work is draft. Sit in the car for 10-hour days pressing buttons. So I just draft. Hey, that's a good use of your time. Making money while making money, hopefully, you know? And that's why whenever I do a draft at work, I label it work. So if it wins me a lot of money, I get the most satisfaction knowing I made that money while at work. It's incredible. Hallie asking when we can expect the Jiri and Holland basketball stream. Hey, it's in the works. It's in the works, all right? Now, I mean, Achane, Chase Brown. Here's the thing. I like Chase Brown more than I like Achane. But I'm going to take Achane because Buffalo and Miami play week 17. And I don't know if I have a start yet with Cook and Achane because I draft so little Devon Achane, and I really only draft him when he falls past ADP. And James Cook and Achane, their ADPs are pretty similar, and I don't end up drafting them together, but they do have a week 17 matchup, so it can be a pretty fun way to start the draft. Hallie with a nice start next to us with Taylor and Chase Brown. I like that for you too. Like that for you there too. And man, we are at 51 likes. Y'all are crushing it. If we could somehow get to 60, then I'll do another draft, man. We'll do another draft for every 10 likes. If we can keep it rolling, we'll keep it rolling, man. We will see. But we are well over 3 hours into this live stream and having a great fun I'm fumbling over my words now. Having a great time doing it. A lot of fun drafting with you guys and just ripping these chihuahuas. Like, that's what's nice about having some cheap tournaments like this on Underdog is it makes it easy to do a longer stream because I'm not spending as much money and we're still having a great time. Okay. I have James Cook, Achane. The point of pulling up James Cook is to get a unique pairing in round 3. And I'm going to go with Olave. I would consider Trey McBride, but I don't want to start with 3-0 wide receivers. I don't want to start 0 wide receiver through 3 rounds. I did a draft earlier where I took Trey McBride and 2 running backs. And the team actually turned out really well. But let's try it a little differently on this one. Let's take Olave because Olave is not really falling back to his back turn often where James Cook goes anymore. So we'll take him there. I was really hoping for a player that goes a little higher to fall more, but doesn't always happen that way. Now, Josh Allen would be my dream pick right here. Because earlier I was saying, I think it's strong to take James Cook, pull him up, and then if you can get Josh Allen in the 4th, then I think it really brings the team together. So we're 2 picks away. If we could get Josh Allen, that would be incredible. And he gets taken, unfortunately. Oh, well. Oh, well. Tedero McMillan's here. Smash. I'm taking T-Mac. I love T-Mac. I'm happy he's falling in drafts because I'm a big fan this year. Copy and paste. Got a Gibbs, London, Nico, Tet Burden start. Okay, on DK. I'm really glad I read on DK because if that was Underdog, man, my goodness. But yeah, sometimes they can feel real soft on DK. And on DK as well, players have a little Q tag or an O tag if they're questionable or out. And casuals, man, they can really fade players that have that little Q tag. And you can see massive falls on some of those guys. So Tedero McMillan, I have seen fall back to the 4th round. But dude, in the eliminator, man, we saw a draft the other day where Tedero McMillan fell to like the 50s, which was nuts to see. But things like that just kind of happen in the eliminator. Like, I know I have a team in the eliminator with Luther Burden at like 57, which is pretty nice. Yeah, you only see that type of stuff on DK for the most part. Sometimes these underdog rooms get pretty wild, but yeah, we've done some DraftKings streams as well. And hey, those streets, they get wild. And we have them on film too. So if some of those bank, if they make it real far, might just have that streamed. And we're at 53 likes right now. If we possibly get to 60, 54 now. We jumped to 54. Maybe we do get to 60, man. And we just keep ripping these drafts. I mean, I am a man of my word. We'll see if we get there. And I don't think there's any way I'm getting JMO with Hallie here, who also needs receiver desperately. But that would be the dream. Oh, Hallie, don't crush my dreams. Oh, I knew it was coming too. Yeah. I knew my dreams were going to get crushed right there. It is what it is. Can't always have nice things. Hallie started 3 straight running backs, so of course he's going to be needing to catch up at receiver. And yeah, JMO at 54, that's a snap click. Don't blame you whatsoever. I would do that 10 out of 10 times. One reason I was really hoping for JMO even more is because it would be so unique with James Cook and Achane. Because no one's really pulling up JMO to the turn at 3-4, and he's never fallen back that far in the 5th. That would be insanely unique, man. But we get Toot Toot. Only downside is sometimes Toot Toot does fall to the back end, because the whole thing is when I pull up someone like James Cook here, I'm trying to get guys that normally go on the left side of the board with James Cook, Achane. Don't get that here, but we're making the best we can. Now we're 2 picks away. I don't know if I'm considering Jadarian Price right here. I don't think so when I have 3 running backs already. Unless I wanted to stop at 4, but I wouldn't feel too good about stopping at 4 there. So I'm happy to see him get taken. We'll see what Katz does right here. I don't really need to take one of these quarterbacks because having Olave and T-Mac makes me feel like I can push quarterback quite a bit. So y'all know who I'm taking. It's my favorite player. We get him with Toot Toot as well. Little Jacksonville stack. Y'all saw we went a little over our skis with the Jacksonville stack in our last draft, but hey, maybe Toot Toot and P-Wash is the pairing you need. And honestly, I don't mind getting some more Jags exposure. I'm a little low on guys like Toot Toot. I'm a little low on B-Rob, low on Jacoby Myers. But honestly, B-Rob Myers, I do kind of want to be a little lower on. I'd rather be higher on the other guys. But I definitely want more Toot Toot. I have 5.5% now. I'm slowly catching up. Because I was taking a lot of C-Rod early, but not feeling as good with the foot thing going on. So, yeah, overweight on Strange. I like Strange. 6% Brian Thomas. So, y'all know I'm much more Parker Washington over Brian Thomas, but at the same time, I don't want to be out. I don't know if he's necessarily a bad click either. And I'm not full fading a ton of players this year because I'm smart enough to know that I'm not very smart, and I can be wrong a lot. Now, with this next pick, we'll see what Hallie does. Goes Dowdle. Let's take Dowdle's teammate, Jalen Warren. Now, I might be done at 4 running backs. Jalen Warren, I don't think is going to be paired that often with James Cook and Devon Achane. And the more players I can take that normally go on the left side of the board, I want on this team for uniqueness. It's a weird build. 0-4-3-0. We've landed all of the planes so far and hoping we can do that one more time. All right, Cortland Sutton, RJ Harvey, couple of Broncos off the board. I know who I want, but I'm not saying it. All right. And yeah, Hallie's in here with the same build, the little 4 running back, 3 receivers. So let's see how we do. You know, we're just in line. Oh, dude, never feel bad about drafting a good team. Yeah, taking JMO from the Lions guy, sure. But hey, if you're coming in my draft with me, I still want you to draft the best team you can. We're not about any collusion out here. Now, Trevor Lawrence with Toot Toot and Parker Washington would feel great. Katz doesn't have any Jags and has Drake May, so I'm hoping he passes on Trevor. And takes Worthy. I'm still thin at receiver, but I think it makes sense to take Trevor past ADP with Toot Toot and with P Wash. I like it. I might be done at 4 running backs too. If I take a 5th, it's probably pretty late, but this is an interesting group because they're all pretty similar archetypes. James Cook, Achane, Toot Toot, and Warren, all like pass catching running backs. James Cook didn't catch too many passes last year, but has been talked about catching more this year. And Achane, Toot Toot, Jalen Warren, all pretty similar archetypes, which is kind of fun. Olave, Tedero McMillan, Parker Washington. I mean, doesn't feel like the strongest 3 receivers, but hey, arguably, we might have 3 wide receiver ones. It's possible. Yeah, Hallie always takes his best players. Yeah, that's what I like about the people who join the drafts that I stream is people don't try and snipe. They just draft the best team they can, which is nice. Don't like make it easy for other people. Don't make it hard for other people. Just draft your team and treat it like any other draft. It's all good. We got Carved Muffin in here with the GMs. How we doing? Great to see you in here, my friend. We're doing a little mini marathon today. All right. We are 3 hours and 18 minutes into this bad boy. I was supposed to have plans tonight. They fell through. So, hey, just means more drafts, more streams, because still got time to go to the gym after. Still got time to chill with my kitties. But we're drafting shippers, man. We're drafting shippers, and I love this shit. Love drafting these teams. Love hanging with you guys in the chat. So grateful that honestly, like this many people even take the time out of their day to watch or listen to this or care in any way. So definitely don't take it for granted. Really appreciate it. Now, is Hallie going to crush my dreams again? He does not. Can I even afford Laporta, though? Actually, dude, I don't think I can afford Laporta. I think I'd take Michael Pittman. Wow, okay. I was thinking about taking dude, I forgot. Maybe I should have taken Laporta because it's more unique with James Cook and Achane. Laporta doesn't really fall back into the hundreds that often anymore. But at the same time, I just need receiver, and I feel way more comfortable pushing tight end. So Hallie doesn't think he can afford Goff, but we'll see. Was that your first or second quarterback? That was your second. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. I like the Purdy pick. Would Goff have come back to you? Probably not. You have the St. Brown drafter Cats right here, and then Laporta was still on the board too. So yeah, maybe, maybe not. It all depends on what you want to do at quarterback with the rest of your draft. I was just about to say if I could get Kyle Pitts, I would be so happy that I passed on Laporta. But seeing these receivers go makes me feel better about taking Michael Pittman. And I don't like feeling weak at receiver. I don't mind feeling weak at tight end, but I really don't like feeling weak at receiver. And I think I'm going to take Wandale for that reason. Or do I just take a falling Bo Nix? No, you know what? I'm going to take Wandale. I got plan, okay? I don't want to feel weak at receiver. Now I feel good. Chris Olave, Tedero McMillan, Parker Washington, Michael Pittman, Wandale Robinson. We got 5. Also, this is funny, man. Our running backs, we clearly have a type. We have an archetype for running back. And look at our receivers. Aside from Tedero McMillan, we have a type. Olave, P-Wash, Pittman, Wandale, pretty much slot guys, although Parker Washington is good on the outside and does play well on the outside. Tedero McMillan outside. Pittman's kind of a big slot, but I mean, he plays on the outside too, but short A dot guys. It's not bad. You know, for a receiver room that we push, getting this archetype, it feels good. And hey, our guest tomorrow, Zane, that's one thing I'm going to get him to talk about and expand on more because I've seen him post about receivers and archetypes of receivers and what they actually do for fantasy. And it might surprise you. It's really, really interesting. So I don't want to just say it for him. I'll get him to expand on it tomorrow. And I think it'll be really interesting. Now, I am praying I get Shuck. I'm praying I get Shuck with Olave. That was part of the plan, pushing quarterback for a receiver. Hulk Smash Potatoes and Hallie both have 2 quarterbacks. I don't think Hallie's taking Shuck because he took Goff and Purdy and invested a lot. And yeah, he takes Diggs. So perfectly executed. We get Shuck on the way back to stack with Chris Olave. Now this team is really cooking. This team feels really strong. I still have 0 tight ends, but we're kind of crushing. And I think the plane is on its way to being landed yet again. This is what? Draft number 6? Is this number 6 or number 7? I think it's 6, but dude, we are crushing our drafts today, man. Hartman asking if he recovered at running back. He drafted a bunch, 5 straight. Let's see. Started 4 receivers. Jamar Chase, A.J. Brown, Zay Flowers, Luther Burden. I mean, really strong. You were probably planning on taking Lamar, I'm guessing, when you pulled up Zay. But Loveland at 51, yeah. I can't really pass that either with Burden too. And took Joe Burrow to stack with Chase. I wonder if you were hoping for Caleb on the way back too with Loveland and Burden. That would have been pretty fun. But Ramondre, Dobbins, Rashad White, Aaron Jones, Chris Rodriguez, yeah, you caught up mighty fine. And I've done similar builds just like that as well. Very similar builds. And yeah, Hartman would have taken Caleb. Pretty similar to what I did a couple drafts ago, where I took Jaden and Hurts. And I just snap clicked Rashid Shaheed. I snap clicked him. I was kind of hoping one of like Dallas Goddard, Isaiah Likely would fall to me like they did in the last draft, but I don't really feel like reaching for Chig on this team. I think I can push tight end a bit. I took Wandale thinking that if I don't get Shuck on the way back, then I can take Cam Ward right here. But we don't need that. And Rashid Shaheed, y'all know he's my highest drafted receiver. I absolutely love him. I still need to catch up at receiver. So getting him as number 6 feels great. Now, this team, dude, I think it's coming together really well. We have a 2-4-6-0. Still need some tight ends, so hopefully we get some good ones. We have Trevor Lawrence, Tyler Shuck at quarterback. Running backs, James Cook, Devon Achane, Byshel Tootin, Jalen Warren, Little Buffalo, Miami. Week 17-2 is always fun. Receivers, Chris Olave, Tedero McMillan, Parker Washington, Michael Pittman, Wandale Robinson, Rashid Shaheed. I think we caught up really, really well. At receiver. And now, like, it feels really strong. Pittman and Wandale, they're like my go-to receivers whenever I feel behind because I think they're really good players. And I think they're being undervalued because they're thought of as these like slot only, like low ADOT type of guys. And damn, Brenton Strange gets taken. He was going to be my number 1 pick. I'm really tempted to take Woody here and be done at 5, but I need to take my first tight end, Juwan Johnson. He stacks with Shuck as well. So now we have a double stack with Jacksonville and a double stack with the Saints. I like it. Feels strong. Seeing a bunch of running backs go off the board. The thing is, I don't necessarily need a 5th, but I think I can afford it. I think I can afford a 5th running back, but I don't need it if I wanted to play it super thin. So pretty much we will see who falls and the values that are there. Wow, Dulcich off the board at 156. If this is like where he's going to go now, I am 100% out. I'm like pretty close to out in the 170s. But if he's going in the 150s and Caleb Douglas, yo, Coach Khan, you can be in my draft rooms whenever you want. 8 receivers already. Wow, dude. He took Caleb Douglas. Is this Centex Legends burner account? Caleb Douglas 157 as his 8th receiver. All right now. Yeah, I think he knows ball. I think so. And, listen to Mufasa. Do us a favor. Hit that like button. Thank you for the reminder. Appreciate it. Now, is Katz going to crush my dreams? Will Katz crush my dreams? And he does. Takes Hunter Henry. That is unfortunate. So I'm going to pivot to receiver. Ryan Flournoy, Deebo Samuel. I love taking one of these guys. On this team, give me Flournoy. We took Deebo on the last team. I have a lot of like Deebo-ish players. Ryan Flournoy, he gives me some youthful upside. I think that's exciting. And yeah, I feel extremely strong at receiver, and I might even be able to stop at 7 now. Like Flournoy is 7, might be able to stop there. So I'm liking how this is going. And appreciate you, Smokers Haven, on the 2 goals. Dude, I was telling these guys, man, y'all say I'm going to get distracted drafting best ball before my games and stuff. Y'all say I'm not focused. I'm not locked in. I was telling all y'all, 2 goals. All right, coming in hot. So, you can't doubt the man. And appreciate you, Hartman. Wide receiver room looking solid, especially adding Flournoy there too. Yeah, coming together really, really well. And you tell him, Striker, when you can draft multiple Dolphins pass catchers way above ADP, you got to do it. You know why? Because Coach Khan is just so upset that he passed on Achan for Derrick Henry. He's just so upset. Or he's just fading Achan so hard that he's like, all the other Dolphins are so underpriced just because of how bad Achan is and how overpriced Achan is. Is Ridley on his team? Is he? That would be interesting. And Coolers, you're blowing my secret, man. Actual time traveler, don't fucking blow up my spot like that, man. That's not cool. Can't let these people know. Tyler Algier fall is really tough to pass up on, but I need AJ Barner on this team more. I'm not getting boxed out at tight end. I'm taking AJ Barner as my second. I'm cool with it, man. And let's see, is Ridley on this guy's team? No. No, this guy doesn't have Ridley yet. Yet. You never know, man. Could be a Calvin Ridley ass drafter. If this guy drafts Calvin Ridley right now, this is 100% Centex Legends burner account. It has to be, right? If you draft Caleb Douglas and Calvin Ridley on the same team, that's there he is. Yo, what's up, Tex? How we doing? Dude, we were just wondering if this is your burner account. Look, you should be proud, man. Caleb Douglas, 157. Rumor is this guy knows ball. I thought this was you, man. I thought this was you. Takes Rashad Bateman, though. Yo, Tex, you in on Rashad Bateman or what? And then Jeremy Bernard. Yo, this guy has 10 wide receivers. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. 10? 10's a little excessive. Now, I want one more tight end. I want one more running back and probably one more receiver. Sean Tucker feels a little tough to pass up on, but I don't know if I want to get boxed out at tight end. I'm just going to I've taken him every draft today. I don't care. Honestly, sometimes it's fun in one time box tournament with minimal entries to just take a lot of the same player, because if that one player hits, you're probably crushing that specific contest. And yeah, dude, 10 receivers. This guy knows ball. Even Tex wouldn't take Caleb Douglas at 156. Yeah, everyone knows you never go full receiver. Smokers Haven, is this a nod to Tropic Thunder? Because if so, mad respect for the reference. That's great. And we see Ridley off the board, 190 to Hartman, drafted in honor of Tex right there. And Smokers Haven, it was a reference to Tropic Thunder. Hell yeah, dude. That's hilarious. Dude, look at this. Me and Hallie, we're just in lockstep. Look at our last 5 picks. Me and Hallie are crushing this, man. Receiver, tight end, receiver, and then 2 tight ends back to back. We also both started with 4 running backs and 3 receivers. So, me and Hallie are just we're on the same frequency in this draft, okay? Right next to each other and similar archetypes. I don't do a ton of team reviews, but we're gonna have to review Hallie's after, because it's so similar to ours. Now, who are you taking? Because I'm gonna take whatever you take. He takes Pat Bryant. Oh, dude. I don't want to take a receiver right here, though. I'm going to take a running back first. I'm sorry, Hallie. We're going to break it, but I'm going to take Jaden Blue on this team. I think Jaden Blue is a really fun RB5 on this sort of team. So we're going to go with that. And then we'll finish off with one receiver. Or how weird do we want to get? Do we go 4 tight ends? No. No, we never go full tight end. You never go full receiver and you never go full tight end, okay? Yeah, classic Tropic Thunder. And shout out to Tex, man. We love Tex. Great to see you in here, man. And Mufasa letting the people know 60 likes, one more draft. What are we at? Oh, we hit 60. Oh, damn. Dude, I ain't gonna lie. I threw that out not expecting to hit 60 drafts or 60 likes. But now, bro, we're going over 4 hours easily. We're at 3 hours, 35 minutes. And hey, I'm a man of my word. I said 60. I'll do one more draft. I might have to put it higher than 70 for the next one, though. I'm a little scared. Are we going to be doing a 5-hour draft, 5-hour stream today and just go full streamer? Might have to rename this this live stream, man. Now, let's stay locked in on this draft because I'm not fumbling it. We're crushing right now. And I can kind of take whatever I want. I think receiver is the move. Is there any quarterback that makes sense? I think we just lean into what we have. I already have 2 double stacks. We're on the clock. You know what, dude? This might make no sense to take this player, Keenan Allen, but I'm going to. You know why? I'll tell you exactly why I took Keenan Allen because I'm looking at my phone that has the draft pulled up. And in like the suggested videos under my stream, it's the latest So You Think You Can Tout video. And Emo Cowboy's face is just right in the middle of that. So I have Emo Cowboy just staring at me right now because I put it back on the chat, but Emo is staring at me. I know Emo loves Keenan Allen, so we'll take him in honor of Emo. Now let's review this team. We got a 2-5-8-3. Dude, we've landed all of our planes today. We are crushing our drafts today, man. Trevor Lawrence, Tyler Shuck at quarterback. Running backs, James Cook, Devon Achane, Byshell Tootin, Jalen Warren, Jaden Blue. This is a fun running back room, man. We clearly have a type, but it works. And with our 2 quarterbacks, we're really heavily invested in these 2 teams. So it might be a little thin, but I think it makes sense. 8 receivers feels really strong. We have Chris Olave, Tedero McMillan, Parker Washington, Michael Pittman, Wan'Dale Robinson, Rashid Shaheed, Ryan Flournoy, and Keenan Allen. Tight ends, Juwan Johnson, AJ Barner, Terrence Ferguson. Definitely weak at tight end. Y'all see me do this all the time at tight end. I push it, but I'm willing to push it. If I'm going to be weak at any position, it's tight end. And honestly, like all these guys, they just feel like good values where they go in drafts as opposed to the other positions. So I like it. Now, we are going to hop in another draft, but we said we're going to review Hallie's team because it's similar to ours. Although, dude, Hallie, man, you broke it. You went 9 receivers. You were supposed to go with a 5th running back. Come on now. We're going to be twinsies. But 2-4-9-3 for Hallie. Brock Purdy, Jared Goff lean into the 2 quarterbacks as well. JT, Chase Brown, ETN. Although, yeah, you did invest a lot more in running back than I did because I waited to get my 3rd and 4th a little bit. You got them sooner. So it does make sense for you to stop at 4. And then I'm a little stronger than you at receiver. So yeah, it makes sense for you to get 9 receivers. We're almost twinsies, but yeah, it makes sense. Almost for the bit. But at the same time, like we were saying earlier, you should still just draft the best team you possibly can. Receivers, Mike Evans, J-Mo, Marvin Harrison, Jaden Higgins, Stephon Diggs, Trey Tucker, Deebo Samuel, Pat Bryant, Darnell Mooney. I still like the receiver room for 9. Having J-Mo and Mike Evans as your top 2 Marv as well. Like, that's a solid top 3 still. And then Strange, Dalton Schultz, Gunnar Helm. Yeah. Tight end room, really good as well. Good values. I would have taken Strange. So you beat me to it. But we were almost twinsies. Now, Big Dog Roulette. Can we do it? Nope. Waiting for 11. No Big Dog Roulette today. Let's hop in another Chihuahua. I'll hop in 5 seconds. If y'all want to try and join, we're going to hop in this Wawa. Y'all hit the 60 likes, man. I didn't expect it. So appreciate all y'all. And we're going to be going over 4 hours today. And we're waiting for 10. So, hey, you want to join? Now is the time. Almost certainly going to be the last draft. We'll set the new like goal, okay? We're at 61 right now. I'm going to set it higher. If we hit 75 somehow, I'll do another one. And we'll go for like 5 hours. But more than likely, this is going to be the last draft today. And it's been fun. Little mini marathon today. And I think I'm going to have to rename this live stream. And dude, we got young Moolah in the house too, baby. How we doing, my friend? How we doing? We out here, a little mini marathon today on this beautiful Monday. So we're having it. We're having a great time, man. And if y'all have not done so already, do me a favor, go down, hit that like button. 75. If we hit that somehow, we'll do yet another draft, but more than likely it's probably the last one. And subscribe. We're going for 4 hours, over 4 hours on a Monday. Hit that subscribe button for me, man. Would appreciate it big time. And if you're in this draft, let me know. We got Smokers Haven. We got Breaking Best Ball. We got Lawsmo. We got King Calorie. If anyone else is in here, definitely let me know. As they say, don't be a lurker. Yeah, Breaking Best Ball is back in here again. T-Dan, too low in this contest. Oh, no. Now, hey, man, I'm seeing now we're at 397 subscribers. So to all of the new subscribers today, thank you. Appreciate you big time. We're out here streaming every day. And there's only 3 more spots for the first 400. So if you want to be part of the first 400, it would be pretty epic to hit that on this stream when we're streaming for over 4 hours already. So if you want to do that, y'all want to hit 400 during this over 4 hour live stream, it would be incredible. But in this draft, we got pick 11. We've been drafting all over the place today. Like we haven't gotten too many of the same picks. I think we got 2 pick 7s. But I think aside from that, all of our other picks have been different. We got 112 spot. Now we got 11. And Ashton Jeanty, James Cook. I'm going to take James Cook again. We took James Cook in our last draft, obviously. And I just have a lot more Ashton Jeanty than I do James Cook. And I don't really want to be out on Cook. Now, we get Jeanty to fall back. Perfect. Starting James Cook, Ashton Jeanty, yeah. I'll take that every time. Super happy with that. And hey, we just got 1 more subscriber. To the one person who just subscribed, shout out to you. I love you. You're the man or woman. Everyone's welcome, okay? And yeah, 2 more, man. If we could hit 400 during the stream, that would be incredible, man. Absolutely incredible. If there happens to be 2 people who are currently unsubscribed. No judgment. No judgment. You're welcome to the first 400. And I think I'm going to change the title of this live stream. Monday Draft Marathon bracket soft rooms. I'm going to keep the soft rooms title because I mentioned it earlier in the live stream. But wow, ETN goes at 21 in this draft. Wow. We saw ETN go. I mean, we got ETN at what, 61? Sorry, not 61. That's the number of likes I'm at. I've been streaming for 4 hours. Okay. I'm going to fumble my words a bit. 36. We got ETN at 36 earlier. And now he's going at 21 here. So very interesting. That lets Swaggy C get Brock Bowers at pick 24. That's very nice. Not seeing Brock Bowers fall to the 2-3 turn very often anymore. And goes with Bijan at 1 too, over Gibbs. Don't see that too often anymore either. Kyron pulled up to 27. So seeing the running backs get pulled up right now makes me feel pretty good about starting 2 running backs, and also those 2 running backs being really strong. So I'm loving that. I'm loving this James Cook, Ashton Jeanty start. Breece Hall pulled up with ETN. So this guy, Jay Rich, he's just getting different, which I respect. Puka, ETN, Breece Hall. There's no world where you're getting ETN or Breece Hall at pick 45 with Puka. So that's the only way you can get those 3 players together. And why not get a little different sometimes, If all the other running backs are getting pulled up so much, why not? And man, we got 2 teams who have the balls to go 0 running back and 3 straight wide receivers to start the draft. Jay Schools goes with JSN, London Smith, Smokers Haven, St. Brown, AJ Brown, Zay Flowers. Which trio would I prefer, or would you prefer? It's kind of tough. Both are pretty good. Trey McBride off the board, 32. This just seems like his new ADP, man. Trey McBride has been falling to the 30s all the time now, and I'll scoop him up there. Now, we took Olave in our last draft with James Cook because they're not getting drafted together much, but almost got him again here. And sure, dude, let's get a little weird in this draft. Let's take Josh Allen. I don't take much of him. We have James Cook. We're 4 hours in. Okay. And Malik Neighbors, I don't know if I want Malik Neighbors as my wide receiver 1. So I'm going to take Tet. We'll take Tet as our wide receiver 1 and play it like that. How we doing, Brian? Which draft are we going to do next? I don't know if I'm doing another draft. Unless we hit 75 likes. We're at 63. If we can somehow get to 75, I would do another draft. But this is draft number 7. Is this number 7 now? We've done a lot, man. We've been drafting. Yeah, this is draft number 7 for us already. So we are deep into this live stream. And the thing is, all of our drafts have felt good, which usually doesn't happen. But I've literally felt good about all my drafts. And oh my goodness, we have 2 teams that both start 4 wide receivers. Not great when I'm desperately going to need to catch up at receiver. And then Lulsimo, on the other hand, goes 4 straight running backs. So this is a fun room. Very, very interesting to see. 4 receivers for 2 teams, 4 running backs for 1. And then I'm over here with a little balanced build. 2 running backs, quarterback, and Tedro McMillan holding down the fort at receiver. So I'm hoping to get some good values falling back to me. We'll just say that. JMO, Adam, and Devontae Adams go at the 4-5 turn. Nice little 2 receivers for your first 2 as well, because Swaggy C started Bijan, Love, and Bowers. Very nice start there. So catching up at receiver feels pretty good too, especially because now it's completely dry. After like JMO and Adams are off the board, it feels pretty gross at receiver in round 5, at least in my opinion. Lamar Jackson goes at 51 and Jaden Daniels at 52. Wow. That makes me happy that I took Josh Allen now. Seeing Lamar and Daniels both pulled up, maybe that's just how this draft is going to go. He didn't want to try and push Daniels to 69. Nice. With Terry McLaurin. But Jay Rich has been reaching for his picks, not afraid to reach and get unique that way. It's a strategy, and respect to Smokers Haven. Honestly, dude, Smokers Haven's start is so sick. Smokers Haven, if you can land this plane, your team is insane. St. Brown, AJ Brown, Zay Flowers, Garrett Wilson, and then Colston Loveland at 54. Getting Wilson at 43 and then Loveland at 54 is awesome. That is awesome. Now, what would really be awesome is getting DJ Moore right here when I have Josh Allen and James Cook, and I desperately need a receiver. So I'm not going to hesitate, and I'm going to snap click that. Now, I would have liked Watson or Odunze. They both get taken. So all reliable, come on down. Parker Washington, welcome to the team. King Calorie saying, I know ball. I'm taking Brian Thomas. You took the wrong guy, but we'll see. Wow, Lolsmo. Yo, Lolsmo with the 5 straight running backs and then Drake May. He's going full gritty. Oh my goodness. Lolsimo is going full gritty right now, especially with the CMC Henry start. That is Gritty's bread and butter. Has Lolsimo been hacked by hitting with the gritty? Stay tuned, and we will find out. But this is a really, really interesting draft room. The title, it is not lying with the soft rooms. Smokers Haven, still fucking crushing. Jadarian Price as your RB1 on this team is perfect because if he hits and he's worth it as like a first round real life pick and does just get the bulk of the carries from day one, then your team's crushing. Lolsimo out here showing the testosterone, man. Hey, y'all know I love when people get weird in the drafts. I get weird in drafts all the time. I encourage weird builds and getting different in these streets, man. You never know what's going to win this year and what's going to make the money. So I don't know if I would do it. I don't know if I would go 5 straight running backs and then 1 quarterback, but hey, I respect it. It is a bold move. Dude, I'm just keeping an eye on Smokers Haven because he's fucking crushing right now. And honestly, Jay School's right next to him. They're both feeling good. That's why I like when you can start 3 or 4 receivers and actually land the plane and get good values to fall to you, your team feels so good. It's just tough. Who's Smokers Haven going to go with next? I'm really curious to see. Caleb Williams. What a fall right there. Oh my goodness, dude. To stack with Loveland and the week 17 with St. Brown, I'm really invested to see if you can land the plane at running back. But having Jadarian Price as your 1, yeah, it feels pretty strong. So, Smokers Haven, if you ship this and you win that 30K, I'm just asking for 1. Okay, I'm just asking for 1 of those thousands. You can have 29. I think that's fair. Maybe I should get 1 for facilitating this draft, as the streamer. Okay, on the clock, I'm going to take Godwin. I want to feel a little steadier at receiver. Getting Godwin, it just feels good to me. I like Chris Godwin. And now, do I take a share of Tucker Kraft? Question is, do I think a receiver tight end falls back to me? I don't know. Kraft or Reed, I mean, it's kind of hard to take Jaden Reed over Tucker Kraft, to be honest. Kraft is just so much better on the same team. Yeah, hi Tissimo. Brian's asking, what do I think about the Flock Fantasy extension? I've never used it. I know someone hopped in Goofy Chicken's chat and gave him a free trial. I don't know if he's still using it or he likes it, but I do watch Flock streams. And from what I've seen and heard about how he uses it, I mean, out of all the tools, I kind of like his. I think it's really good for beginners because it's going to help you a lot with structure and drafting certain structures, giving you some advice on position limits, which I think is really valuable information for like newer people to best ball. For me, I've been doing best ball for like 5 years now. First year streaming, I've done like over 500 drafts already, including pre-draft. I'm pretty comfortable with my roster construction, so I don't think it would be that useful for me from that perspective. And I think there's some use to like senior exposures on screen. I don't know if Phlox does that, but to me, like it's just a little too much information. I don't like all that. I like kind of just being present, feeling out the draft room, and listening to my intuition a little more. But I do like the idea of Phlox tool more than something like the Sidekick that tells you what players to take. Cause I don't like that. To me, it's just not fun. Like I don't want something just to tell me what to take. Like I'm trying to win money doing this, obviously, but I'm also having fun doing it. And something just telling me what to do, it's not fun to me. Swaggy C in the one spot, really catching up on receiver after starting 0 receiver, started Bijan Love and Bowers, and then hammers 6 straight receivers. JMO, Adams, QJ, Sutton, Worthy, Pearsall. Lolsmo says winning money is fun. Winning money definitely is fun. It really is. I love winning money. I'm curious, are you using the Sidekick right now? Is that how you ended up with this team specifically? Because I've heard one thing about the Sidekick, like they really recommend a lot of running backs early on. So I'd be interested to hear. Or you're just on high Tissimo. High Tissimo is pretty funny. Hello, Mos. Hi, Beepy. Come here. Go boop. Go boop. I know, dude. I've been streaming so long. The cats need attention too. The cats are just gonna get so much love after the stream, man. Gonna get some good food and treats and all the pets, They've been so good during the stream. Although they get wild too. The kitties always get wild. And man, have we hit 400 subscribers? It would be incredible. We're at 398 still. We are 2 subscribers away from 400. So, hey, if anyone's out there unsubscribed, be part of the first 400. You can always have those bragging rights. Now, I'm taking Kenneth Gainwell. I need a third running back. Feels good to take right there. And then with my next pick. Hey, Mos. Hey. These little fucking cats, dude. Right after I'm saying they're being so well behaved and good, start scratching the couch. Come on, kitties. I'm not gonna take my. No, I'm going receiver. Do I take Matthew Golden? No, I'm not going to. I'm just going to take Wandale because I like Wandale more still. I'm sorry. I was thinking about taking Matthew Golden when I have Tucker Kraft. I consider Jordan Love too, but when I have Josh Allen, I'm just going to lean into that more And I'm going to try and push my second quarterback a bit, and I still want to be strong at receiver. Y'all saw me take Wandale my last draft, trying to catch up at receiver a little bit. So I'm going to do that again here. I like Wandale. I think he could just be really good this year too. Brian, appreciating the feedback on the tool. Been using it for a few weeks. Very helpful. I like the percentages of player combos and my ownership of each player to help balance your drafts. Yeah, I think that's very useful information too. And that's one thing I was talking about towards the start of this stream, I believe, was I've done over 300 drafts now. And like I'm well over 50% of my best ball manias too. So at that point, I'm trying to pay a little more attention to my exposures, and seeing them on screen might help a little bit. But at the same time, I don't want to just make picks based off of what my exposures are. I don't want to just see like, oh, I have less of this guy, so I need to take him. If I'm feeling in the draft that I just want that player, then I'm going to take him. Like, for example, with our last pick, I ended up taking Wandale Robinson over Matthew Golden. If I'm looking at my exposures both on the screen and I see like I have way more Wandale than I do Golden, and that's all I'm thinking about, then I would take Matthew Golden right there. But I really think Wandale's the better pick, and I think he's the better pick for this team. So even though I might make it more often and it might feel a little boring sometimes, if it's just the better pick, then it's the better pick, you know? Appreciate you enjoying the stream, Brian. I hope you're subscribed. And hey, Brian, if you're one of the new subscribers today, thank you. Appreciate you being part of the first 400. And for all those listening, watching, there are 2 more spots in the first 400. Listen up, Mike, man. Get this man to 400. It would be incredible. It would mean a lot to me. And also Striker's first time in the stream, enjoying the vibe. Subscribed an hour ago. Appreciate it, man. And all the new people, everyone's welcome in the chat. Try and have a nice, friendly, good, welcoming, communal vibe around here. And we just hang out, man. Streaming every single day. We always stream at different times too. Been doing a lot of late night streams. My job is shift work, so it kind of depends on that a little bit. But this week, I'm going to try and be pretty consistent with streaming at 3 p.m. Pacific. So tomorrow, I'm going to be live with Zane Danani at 3 p.m. Pacific for another banger stream. And man, Baker goes at 125. I was crossing my fingers and toes that I would get Baker back at 131, because that would be incredible to stack with Godwin. And it's happened before. I have a couple teams actually in Best Ball Mania where I got Baker at like 131, 132 with Godwin as a stack. But Jay Schools takes him here as his 3rd quarterback. And this was the guy that started 4 straight receivers. So really catching up on the other positions I see. Me personally, I don't know if I would have taken my 3rd quarterback right there. And bummer, dude. Sir Williams also crushing our dreams by taking Tyler Shuck. I don't have any Saints, but I would have taken him there for the value. Now, we're 1 pick away. King Calorie in front of us. He needs running back as well. And goes Cam Ward. Okay, so you're crushing my dreams as well. My goodness, the dreams do not feel good today. It is not a good day to be a dream. All right, we're pivoting. We're calling an audible and taking Rashid Shaheed. Plan is to take Darnold, because I'll explain after. I think we need to. Oh my goodness. Whiskey, man. That's rude. Right after I was saying how much I need Darnold. Oh, that's rude. Okay, well, now I need Willis. It's really hard for me to pass on JCM, but I think I need the quarterback right here. I do have Tetherell McMillan, and I would be really comfortable pushing for Bryce Young as my second quarterback, but our boy T-Fall right here only has one quarterback as well in Joe Burrow and also has Jalen Coker. Has Michael Pittman too, so can get Rodgers, but if he were to take Bryce Young at 151, I would be kind of screwed at quarterback, and I would kind of have to hope for some backstack. So I don't draft a lot of Malik Willis, but let me take him here. I think it does make sense because Buffalo, Miami, week 17. Maybe Josh Allen, you don't need week 17. Maybe you need Malik Willis, and James Cook is who goes off. But Josh Allen and DJ Moore are who help get you there. Who knows? Kincaid also would have been a pretty fun pick. Goddard, Kincaid, and Likely all fell pretty far in this draft. I took Rashid Shaheed, hoping to get Sam Darnold. Our dreams get crushed once again by another guy taking 3 quarterbacks. Whiskey Man, are you in here? Are you in here? Because you took Darnold unstacked too. Little questionable right there. Losmo, yes, the sidekick, leg up subscriber, but don't always click the top. Use your ranks and exposures. That's good. Yeah, no judgment on anyone who likes the sidekick or draft tools or anything like that. But for me specifically, I don't know. It's just not quite for me. Not how I love to do things, but I am open to trying them. If someone wants to give it to me for free to try, I would do it. I'll try anything for free. But I'll tell y'all, I'm going to be 100% honest with my opinions and feedback. Like if I don't like it and I think it sucks, if I think it's a waste of money, I will say that. I'm not going to lie or be a shill or anything like that to try and get some promo code or money off y'all. Like I don't need to do that, man. I'm going to make some money drafting these teams. All right, and get paid that way. And we do see Breaking Best Ball, T-Fall, go with Bryce Young. So look at that. That's called reading the room. When I'm looking at this draft board and I see CJ Stroud go at 124 and Cam Ward at 130, I'm not going to get greedy at quarterback. Sam Darnold even got taken before us. I just need someone. Now, do I want another tight end or do I want a receiver first? I think I need the tight end more. We have Tucker Kraft, who's great, but he might start off the season pretty slow. So getting Juwan here to help that, I think makes sense. And then I'm going to be looking. Oh, dude, I need a running back too. I was going to say I'm going to look at a receiver, but I think I might have to take Tajay Spears. Like Denzel Boston, Ryan Flournoy, Debo, Trey Harris. I like all of these receivers a lot, but I'm going to take Tajay Spears because I only have 3 running backs so far. I don't want to be boxed out, and I can get other receivers later. If I only had 5 and I didn't have Shaheed, I'd probably take a receiver. Maybe instead of Shaheed, I could have taken like Dalton Kincaid or Dallas Goedert. And then instead of Juwan Johnson, I could have had Tucker in Boston. But honestly, give me Shaheed and Johnson more. I think Juwan Johnson could have similar ranges of outcomes to the guys that go a round or 2 ahead. But I'm happy with how it's turned out. A little thin, but it's working. Appreciate you breaking best ball. Hit that like button if you want to draft Chihuahuas all night long. I said 75, and I'll do another one. We're at 64. I didn't think we were going to get to 60. to be honest, to do this one we are right now. But hey, we out here. We are man of our word. And dude, we've been live for 4 hours and 10 minutes. I'm glad I took the one pee break that I did because it was much needed. And I'll be honest, now I am starving. I am so hungry. I want to eat some food. I don't even know if I have anything cooked right now. I might have to make some food, which kind of sucks. But hey, you know what's better than that? Making money during these drafts. And this is our 7th draft. And I really feel like we've crushed every draft. I really do. This one that we're doing right now might feel like my weakest, honestly. And even then, I really like it. Like we started James Cook, Ashton Jeanty. We have Josh Allen, Malik Willis too, and then caught up at receiver pretty well. Tedero McMillan, DJ Moore, Parker Washington, Chris Godwin, Wandale Robinson, Rashid Shaheed. Got a little Seattle, Carolina week 17, a little Buffalo and Miami week 17. I like it. It's coming together pretty well. Now, there's no way Debo falls back to me. Yeah, there he goes. And I think it was 100% the right pick to take Malik Willis where we did. I don't have a lot of him, but we didn't get Bryce Young to fall back. And at 158, I don't want Mendoza. I don't want Rodgers. I'm not interested in any other quarterback. So we would have been boxed out completely. But would I have preferred to take a quarterback at 110 instead of Wandale? I don't think so. I don't think so because we have Josh Allen. We're leaning into him. Even Geno Smith goes at 174 to Smokers Haven. And yeah, we need to keep tabs on this team too. Let's look at his running backs. Price, Harvey, White, Mason, Robinson. I think you're catching up well. I think you're catching up pretty well. Receivers, St. Brown, A.J. Brown, Zay Flowers, Garrett Wilson, Diggs, and McMillan. You could stop at 6 if you want right there too. I'm curious to see if Smokers Haven's going to stop at 6 running backs or go with 7. Or sorry, receivers. Oh my goodness. King Calorie crushing my dreams tonight. With the Tank Bigsby pick. Oh my goodness, that one hurt. I need a tight end first. This guy on the other side only has 1. I don't love stopping at 2 tight ends when I have Tucker Kraft, just because I think he's going to start pretty slow. I love A.J. Barner. And we're looking at receiver. We're looking at running back. I think I need an upside receiver more than a Dylan Sampson on this team. Let me take Wicks. I think Wicks has some good upside on the Eagles. You know, right now he's just listed as the 2. Obviously expect Mekhi Lemon to overtake that. But as my 7th on a team where I could use some upside, I think it works. And then my 4 running backs are pretty strong. I think I can afford to push my 5th until the last round. So we can do that. Hey, appreciate your subscription, Brian. And we are almost at 400. 398, man. 2 away. But to all the new subscribers, man, appreciate all y'all. We're streaming every day. Going to try and be around to join a draft with you tomorrow. Is there a lag from your stream to Underdog? Max out on the Chihuahua, but could do BBM or Frenchie. I don't know what the lag is. Probably like, 6 seconds, 8 seconds, something like that. We got Julio in here as well. How we doing? Yo, Julio, you're going to have a lot of rewinding to do, my friend. We are 4 hours and 14 minutes into this live stream. This is draft number 7. We have been ripping these Wawas tonight. Absolutely ripping them. Mike does like the tools to know the combinational ownership and highly drafted guys in the first few rounds. Yeah, I think there's definitely some advantage to that. I think like if I were to use the tool, I don't know how much I would use it while I'm drafting, but I think I would use it like just to study, because I know you can go on like the website and look at like your teams and ownerships and trends and all that through there. So I think it would be interesting to study my portfolio and learn from there. Hey, yo, Julio, saw I was live earlier when I assumed this was a different one. No, man, we're just out here still streaming, man. We ain't stopping out here, man. This is a mini Monday marathon. We had to rename the stream because we're going so long, man. Hallie liked the tool, helped him the most with bye week conflicts and playoff schedules. First year going hard in best ball too, so I think that makes a difference. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Like, if you're newer to best ball, I think the tools are going to be extremely helpful and extremely valuable, especially someone like Flux, who, like, I think roster construction is one of the most important things. And if you've realized in my streams, I talk about roster construction a lot as I'm going through the draft. Like, you'll hear me say at multiple points throughout, I think I could have this build. I need this many of this position. Now I'm looking at this position. Maybe next round, because I'm taking this, I'm going to look at that. I think it's really, really important to stay on top of your roster construction and think ahead that way. I think it's one of the most important things to do in drafts. So, Flock, him focusing on that, I think is a really sharp thing to do. And I respect it. Now, what do you say we have some fun with this last pick? Last draft, last pick. What do you say we have some fun? I think it makes sense on this team. We're taking Marshawn Lloyd. Okay, this is my second time drafting Marshawn Lloyd. I think I've only taken him in the Chihuahua, but as my fifth, I do have Tucker Kraft. Why not? Now, I need one more receiver. I think Boutie's kind of fun. I want a player who's not going to be a zero on this team, and I don't think Kayshon Boutte is going to be a zero. Sure, maybe I could have looked at a Miami receiver. Maybe I could have gotten Caleb Douglas. Although, what is he gone? I mean, we know he goes at 157. But I'm going to finish off with the booty. You can do that using the solver for free study. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I'll look into the solver. Is that the one that Pete Overzet uses? Is that the one that he uses? But yeah, interesting to see like some of the stuff like off stream. Because I think I'd appreciate that more than like the stuff on it. And yeah, respect Julio. Gotta love it. Bro, dedicated to the grind. And who do I have at running back? I have James Cook, Ashton Jeanty, Kenneth Gainwell, Tajay Spears, Marshawn Lloyd. Really leaning into our top two guys, hoping Gainwell is a good value. And then Tajay Spears can get us some points. And then big swing at Marshawn Lloyd. Okay, it's an ETR product. Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of different tools coming out, man. And hey, Julio, Patriots fan, enjoying the Kayshon Boutte pick. Happy to do it, man. Honestly, I think he's just a pretty good round 18 pick. And we got the Julio approval. This team is stacked. Dude, I don't even think this is even close to our best team that we've drafted today. This is draft number 7. And it's honestly might be one of the weaker ones. Like, we've drafted some really, really good teams today. Really fun teams. We have a 2-5-8-3. Josh Allen, Malik Willis at quarterback. Running backs, James Cook, Ashton Jeanty, Kenneth Gainwell, Tajay Spears, and Marshawn Lloyd. Receivers, Tedero McMillan, DJ Moore, Parker Washington, Chris Godwin, Wan'Dale Robinson, Rashid Shaheed, Dontavian Wicks, and Kayshon Boutte. Tight ends, Tucker Kraft, Juwan Johnson, AJ Barner. Absolutely loving it, man. Absolutely loving it. Now, okay, I want to see something. I want to see something real quick. Let me see. All right. So the Toxic Tower is live right now, okay? The Toxic Tower is live. And you know what they've done? They've crashed my stream before. So I think it would be kind of fun if we go crash their stream. You know, try and turn the tables a little bit. So what do you think we should say in their chat? What do you think we should say in their chat? Dude, I don't even know. They said some player news. Oh, dude, let's do a Keenan Allen thing because Emo loves Keenan Allen. Let's say Keenan to the Colts. Okay, dude, if people can go and hold on one sec. Give me a sec. I need to set this up. But yo, if we can go in the Toxic Tower chat and just tell them that Keenan signed to the Colts, that would be incredible. Now I'm pulling it up. Oh, they got. Now I don't even know. Can y'all like hear this?
Fuck.
Man,
Y'all
QJ at
hear this, like,
66
on
to get the
stream?
stack with Herbert.
Yeah. I have
and
no idea.
79 is aggressive.
But
Yeah.
let's
I'm
go
Addison here.
Yo,
I
Keenan-
like him better than all these
Keenan
receivers.
to the Colts.
Yeah, buddy.
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jesus,
Goopy
Lord.
likes Addison.
He is better than all those receivers.
I don't know if I have
Yes.
the power to do this. I don't
I mean,
know if
let's
I'm
be
there.
honest.
what
yet.
about
But-
what about hitting the flex with Ramondre?
We're gonna
No,
vote
Addison.
Whatever
Addison.
this
I
is,
just, dude,
post poll.
I'm hot on him right now. Come on now.
Can we
I
do
know,
this?
but you did the
I don't
same
know.
shit with Mooney. We were like, oh, the target.
This is well, okay, but Addison's a
Keenan
way better player
to-
than fucking Darnell Mooney.
I can't believe we're taking Mooney.
That's for
I
sure.
got, and I got real stats to back up the Addison shit.
Dude,
I'm
I
excited for
better
Addison.
see
He is
some
a
of you guys
bonehead,
hop
though.
in this chat, man. Come on,
I
Keenan
mean,
to the Colts.
He'll be all right.
Can we do it?
I hope so.
I
I hope
can't
so.
be the first one to do it.
I got a lot of him at cheap.
Gotta hop in. Copy and paste. in the
Let's see.
shower,
I don't
guys.
mind
Yeah,
Addison
let's
because it
do
does
man.
open
Come
up
on.
a Kyler stack.
But use
And
caps.
I feel like
Come
we've
on.
caught up
Can we
nicely
do
at
it?
receiver after going running
Can
back.
we
Running
do
back.
it?
Let's see. Are we?
It would
What's the
be-
play
it would
here? Are
be
we taking a
incredible.
running back RB3 here at 88? Are we taking our first quarterback?
All right,
Are we
Hallie's
playing the
got our
quarterback
back
pocket
At
the
least
next 2 rounds? What are y'all thinking?
Yeah.
Allie's got our back.
If we're gonna take a QB,
We'll take that.
It's probably
even
just
hear right now.
Lawrence
I have
because of
this
the rushing
muted.
with him. I think
Yeah.
he was
It would
talking about
be-
that on Best Ball Breakfast today too, like just the rushing upside with Trevor Lawrence. Or I think it was
Oh, we got a few.
who was talking about it? I think it was Levitan maybe talking about
Smokers
it.
Levitan.
Levitan mentioned it, and like I think one of the underdiscussed aspects of Liam Cohen is that his quarterbacks do see
Yeah,
a lot more
I wanna
efficiency
get this,
and
man.
frequency in rushes. And so while we can
Thing
expect
is,
a progression
him
of
with a
touchdowns
group,
and like
so,
efficiency
like,
there, he's still
you're
going to get
never
a lot of
going
work on the
to-
ground. Just like, hey, if you don't see it, scramble or like design
You're never
stuff.
gonna see
And I don't
like
think
Yeah.
they're really taking that into account when they do
Then
the
look at the
rush.
I think we go
Chasm.
Purdy here.
I'm
I don't
cool
know.
with going
People
Purdy.
see
I
what
was
they're
going.
saying.
I was dropping
never
down
pulled up
there to
someone else's
Monunga
stream
or
on mine
Purdy
before.
myself, and
I
it's
feel like go
about
Purdy.
it's about
Yeah.
time to grab a quarterback.
Good
Yeah.
try.
I'm good with Purdy. You know, like we talked about
Chris-
the pass
with
upside with Team.
McCaffrey.
All right, I don't think it's
Yeah,
gonna
with
work. They're not
McCaffrey,
buying
you
this.
know.
They're talking
I
about
think
whatever,
the Christian
man. But, hey,
McCaffrey and
if y'all
Brock
wanna
Purdy
keep
helped
watching
some
some
people.
streams,
I
go
don't know if
check
it was
out
week 16 or week
the Toxic
17,
Tower,
but
man. Oh wait,
No. You're not punking us on our own fucking thing. Get out of here.
Yeah. Oh, it was definitely Jerry because
No,
he
they
just got. I
called
think he
it.
just got finished
Yeah,
going
Yeah,
live.
you-
Yeah,
brother, you can't punk the fucking punks, brother. Also-
Jerry.
Also, yeah, no, shout out Jerry. We said a lot of nice things about you about 15 minutes ago. So start from the top and watch it all
hey,
over.
okay.
And hit the like
Yo,
button there.
shout out
But
to
no,
the
we
Toxic
appreciate
Tower.
Jerry. We appreciate
Very
everybody.
fun stream
Welcome
today.
in
Almost
to the
4.5
Toxic Tower.
hours,
If you're just
man.
coming in here, if you just got a
Hey,
sub,
I love you.
join
Joy's
us.
beautiful. Come back
$4.99 a
tomorrow,
month.
dude.
You
We
get
got
an
a real
extra
fun
members only
stream tomorrow.
stream
Until
every
then,
week. Tomorrow
Joy.
night. Hey, damn it. Hey, down. Hey, buddy.
Oh, oh, dude, I just fell off my stool too. Yo, what a way to end this stream. Okay.